Welcome to the shinobi world where both death and love coexist together. Today we are talking about What If Naruto Was Forced Back in Time Part 5 Finale. Here is the summary. Our heroes did not come from a future where everything has gone horribly wrong. They did not travel back in time to save the world from a bleak or miserable fate. As a matter of fact, all they want to do is find a way back home as soon as possible. A boat headed to Yuki no Kuni timeline. B to the past. I'm not going. You can't make me. Actress Yuki Fujikaze, or Princess Koyuki Kazuhana, rather, stomped and raged at her manager and loyal attendant. She gestured angrily, sweeping her arms over the deck and the open sea around them. I refuse to go to the land of snow. I will not go. Sandeu Asama stood firm, handling the prima donna's complaints with all the cool expertise of a true professional. We're going there whether you like it or not, he said. The director insists on shooting the film there. You're the one who gave him the idea, weren't you? Said Yuki venomously, shooting a glare at the man. Perhaps I was, Sandeu said diplomatically, adjusting his glasses, but it doesn't change the fact that we're heading to the land of snow either way. They won't turn this boat around for anything. They can't shoot a thing if I refuse to act, the intransigent princess growled. Defiance kindled in her eyes. If you refuse to act, what will happen to your career? Sandeu rebuked, frowning disapprovingly. If we go to the land of snow, I won't have a career, Koyuki shot back. Sakura and Hinata watched this back and forth with bemused expressions. Seated on crates of filming equipment, they observed the unfolding drama. Sakura's cheeks were resting in her hands, and she was boredly kicking her feet back and forth. Meanwhile, Hinata distractedly worked on her knitting. 2 pairs of thick, fluffy mittens, as well as long johns and sweaters, were neatly stacked up next to the Hyuga Uzumaki, by marriage, and her legs were motionless as she worked. Needles clacked together as she worked indigo yarn into the shape of a scarf, and her sclera still held a bit of lingering redness from the agonizing ocular irritant their charge had sprayed into her eyes. Yuki-chan's kind of a bitch, isn't she? Sakura mused. I can't believe she used to be this bad. How'd I ever forget? She has her reasons, I'm sure, Hinata said, deftly clicking her needles. She blinked once, twice. She's spent all this time in exile, hasn't she? She must be deathly afraid of what will happen if she returns. Deposed royalty rarely get a pleasant deal from their usurpers. Maybe, Sakura hummed, shrugging. Doesn't change the fact that she's a total bitch, though I think it's a charm point, Hinata replied. At first she's aggressive and confrontational, but as you get to know her she opens up and reveals a tender, kind, but insecure young woman really. But that is so cliché, you know. Sakura rolled her eyes. Just because she's pretty doesn't mean she's automatically a good person deep down. She was when we knew her, Hinata said. Sakura frowned and mulled this over for a second. Well, yeah, that's true, I guess, she said. Doesn't mean she's not acting like a bitch now, though one might say that you used to be the same way. Hinata smiled pointedly. Okay, fair enough. Sakura winced. I guess it didn't help matters that I drugged her to get her on board. Either at least you didn't take advantage of her while she was unconscious, Hinata said sweetly. Please, like you're one to talk, Sakura snarked, looking amusedly at the redness in Hinata's eyes. She smirked and lowered her voice a bit more. How was it anyways? Soft, Hinata promptly answered, but quite well shaped, a grin. You don't say, Sakura whispered dreamily, staring in the direction of the topic of their discussion. She giggled with a perverted expression that would have been perfectly at home on Jiraiya's face. Hinata shook her head, although she was smiling indulgently. Incorrigible, she sighed. Guilty as charged, Sakura tittered. They both laughed, earning them an odd look from Koyuki. Lying flat on his back, Temujin stared up at the sky and tried to figure out when the hell his life had descended into this absurd carnival of madness. Implausibly pretty purple irides rimmed unfocused pupils as dimmed and glassy eyes gazed hopelessly at the heavens continuing in their endlessly wheeling course high above, utterly indifferent to the troubles of the insignificant creatures fighting and suffering over this tiny speck of dust. A slender, double-edged knight's arming sword lay snapped and blunted beside a twisted, shapeless hunk of metal that had once been a folding shield built into a sleek vambrace adorning his off arm. The long-haired blonde had a split lip, a broken nose, a cut bleeding somewhere in his hairline, and one hell of a shiner ruining the symmetry of an otherwise very pretty face. These were all courtesy of the savage, tattooed youth who had assaulted him while he was in the process of carrying out his master's work, his master whose name he was having a really hard time remembering at the moment. Scowling, Temujin looked bitterly askance at his assailants. You don't understand what you're doing, he said lowly, glowering at the one who wore glasses with strange, darkly tinted lenses. I'm here to help my master to help him make peace. Perhaps it was the ringing in his ears, or the spots still dancing in his eyes, but after saying this Temujin got the feeling that his wording wasn't quite right, but he didn't care about coherence. He was dizzy, bruised, and angry. Peace is nice, It's a commendable goal, said one of the other boys, a squinty-eyed blonde noisily slurping noodles from an odd container. It almost looked like a cup made out of some kind of paper or something, but a lot of people tend to go about it in all the wrong ways, and to be honest, I find it really hard to see a pack of possessed suits of armor tramping through the middle of nowhere with big-ass cudgels as messengers of harmony and goodwill. You wouldn't understand, Temujin reflexively retorted. It's all part of Lord. He paused, struggling to remember his master's name. After a few seconds he gave up and just lamely said, my lord's plan to make people, peaceful and stuff. I think you hit him a little too hard, Kibba, said the bespectacled one with the incongruously deep voice and high-collared shirt. The tattoo-cheeked brute with prominent fangs and sharp, almost claw-like fingernails scoffed. He was wearing a helmet, protested the youth who was apparently named Kibba. You hit him hard enough to split that helmet, the one with the dark glasses replied. Bah, Kibba scoffed. I barely left a scratch on him. He's probably just naturally stupid, Shino. I mean, just look at his hair. Shino quirked an eyebrow and looked silently from Temujin to their third cohort. Hey, some of the smartest people I know are blonde, said the noodle-slurping lad, giving Kibba a lazy gimlet eye. But not like this guy, Kibba scoffed. It's practically white. What did he do? Soak his head in bleach until it seeped through to his brain. Ino's hair is about the same shade, isn't it? And she had the best overall grades in our class. Better than Sasuke or Sakura, even. That doesn't mean a thing, and you damn well know it. Naruto, Kibba scoffed. Just look at Shikamaru and, he paused, staring at Naruto for a moment, before sniffing and trailing off. Well, besides, any girl who can obsess over a gloomy jerk like Sasuke, when this stud is in the room, must have something wrong with her head. He jabbed a thumb against his chest and tilted his head up with a smirk, looking unimpeachably cocksure. Naruto snorted, and Shino pushed his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose. Whatever you say, the former chuckled. Aren't you seeing a girl already? Though she's just a friend. Kibba blushed and recoiled, sounding suspiciously defensive. It's not like we're trading naked pictures like Shino and his penpal. Shino glared at Kibba. An impressive thing, getting this across, when his eyes and half his face were concealed, but he made his vexation perfectly clear simply by furrowing his brow and softly clearing his throat. Ahem, that only happened once, Kibba, and it was solely on her end, Shino said dangerously. Fu-san is very innocent in a way, and she simply didn't understand why it might be appropriate to send me a picture of herself in the bath. He paused, and besides, nothing was actually visible below the water. Shino adjusted his glasses, saying this. Temujin spotted a light flush in the taciturn boy's face, and he momentarily pondered why Shino had felt a need to add that clarification. Then he stopped and stared at the sky, realizing that the people who had beaten him up were now completely ignoring him in favor of petty banter and bickering. He wasn't sure what to think of this. Sasuke winced as he listened to the woman inside the house yell at her estranged husband. Their conversation was loud enough to be easily heard, and he could hardly help listening in, partly because it was their job to make sure nothing bad happened to the prince or his son. Still, he couldn't help feeling sorry for the poor, foolish bastard. Michiru really had no clue, did he? Not that Sasuke could entirely blame him. Some girls might find it romantic to be willing to give up rule of your kingdom to be with them, but Ameo seemed to have some very strong opinions about birthright and responsibility. In a way, it reminded Sasuke a little of his own wife, very tangentially, to be fair, and their approaches were quite different in the specific details. But the overall sentiment of a woman waiting for the man she loved to come to his senses was there in both cases. Wryly, nostalgically, he thought of the price Sakura had extracted from him their first night together in over a decade, after the whole debacle with that Shin fellow and his clones. Get in here, Buster, we have 11 years of sex to catch up on, and I am not letting you weasel out of this until you have paid your dues for every lonely night. With interest, despite the danger in her words, or perhaps because of it, that night had probably been the best sex of their lives, and the first time they had ever used infinite Tsukuyomi for marital fun. It certainly was not the last, of course, and over the past few years they'd made plenty of goes at outdoing that night. They hadn't managed yet, but certainly not for lack of trying. Louder than ever, Ameo shouted at her former husband. Sasuke winced. Next to him, Itachi looked concerned. It sounds like it might get violent in there, Itachi remarked, standing on the other side of the entryway. Should we intervene before it can escalate? There's a time and place for couples to argue. And it sounds like his wife has a lot to get off her chest, Sasuke said. He shook his head. No, it might be better in the long run if we let them air their grievances now. For their relationship's sake, Itachi cocked his head. You make it sound like you're an expert on marital spats, he said. Not really. My wife and I have only had a couple real fights over the years, but they were all over kind of big problems. Sasuke gave his brother a sideways look. Circumstances have kept us apart for long stretches of time in the past, and those absences would naturally breed an issue or two. But we've worked through them all, even if it's taken a lot of yelling, a lot of expensive dinners, and a lot of make-up sex. I see, Itachi said, blushing and looking distinctly, awkwardly uncomfortable. Well, good for you. Yes, it most certainly is, Sasuke said absently. His mouth twitched briefly into a dreamy smile, and he looked up at the sky. At that moment, young Hikaru came barreling out the door as his parents shouted his name. Tears were streaming from his eyes as he rushed past Sasuke and Itachi, seemingly ignoring them as he dashed through the grass. The two brothers shared a look. I'll talk to the boy, Itachi decided, looking a touch grateful for this interruption. You can have a discussion with his parents. Does that sound fair? No problem, was Sasuke's reply. Someone has to give those two love-struck idiots some marriage counseling, Itachi smiled. You think you can handle it, then? I'll have them back together and making up for lost time in an hour, said Sasuke. Two tops. I have plenty of experience with this kind of thing from dealing with Karen and Sujetsu. I've told you about them, right? Oh, the belligerent lovebirds? Yes, you have, Itachi said, nodding. It sounds like they were quite the handful. You have no idea, Sasuke shuddered. If they weren't having a screaming fight, they were having screaming sex either way, invariably when you were trying to sleep. More than once I had to talk Sakura down from murdering them at 1 in the morning, back during her pregnancy. A pause. That's an interesting mental image, Itachi commented, weakly grimacing. I said talk her down, Sasuke corrected. Not Itachi said. He colored immensely. For a moment, an awkward silence reigned between the brothers. It lasted right up until Itachi vanished in a puff of smoke. Sasuke, smiling to himself, turned and headed inside the house. Secure training facility timeline Gamma. The future Naruto swore angrily as he fell down on his back, glaring impotently up at the training post. His fists were burning, his joints were aching, and his spine was screaming in protest of his actions. Calloused hands, hard and strong, felt sore and feeble as he uncurled them with a cringe. His chest rose and fell with heavy breathing, and bullets of sweat ran down his face. His shadow clones dissipated in bursts of smoke and low popping noises, vanishing into thin air. A sore and aching body protested every movement, and he felt a weight of fatigue like he had never felt in his life. His lungs burned and his muscles throbbed as he greedily swallowed small gasps of air. Despite the reflexes engraved in every nerve and sinew of his body, the strength of perfectly chiseled muscles and bones like steel bars, and a chakra that was quickly rising to the challenge of its gulfsome vessel, Naruto felt pointedly aware of how meager his abilities were. After the high of realizing that he did become Hokage had finally declined, he soberly realized just how far he was from living up to the reality. He challenged an adult, goateed Kiba to a spar, and lost, miserably. Like, he hadn't even gotten a single hit in. He'd rushed his opponent only to get swatted aside with ease. Even getting up and attacking again did nothing. He was utterly helpless in his opponent's hands, tossed about like a leaf in the wind. The problem, according to his foe, had been simple. I never believed I'd have to say this about you, Naruto, but you're putting way too much thought into your moves, the bearded Kiba had told him, struggling to fight down a smug grin. You come at me thinking I'm gonna punch you, and you telegraph this so hard that I couldn't miss it if I was blind and deaf. You focus so much on just hitting me that you ignore everything your body already knows about fighting, and it knows a lot more than you do. Naruto glared at the training post, with its dented sides and smooth-worn edges, silently wishing he could have landed at least one blow on that condescending bastard. He grit his teeth and forced himself back onto his feet despite the aches and pains. Don't think, kid, just feel. With a wordless growl, Naruto angrily threw himself once more at the training post, frustratedly bashing his fists against the hardened, unyielding material. Skulking bashfully in the shadows of the subterranean gym normally reserved for Anbu training exercises, Hinata watched her grown-up crush with a wistful expression. Naruto-kun, she whispered, clasping her hands. Even now you're still. Serida's eye twitched as she reviewed an equation Boruto had scrawled out, a lengthy jumble of letters and mathematical symbols that would have seemed incomprehensible even to a rocket scientist. She tried to focus on working through the formula and calculating whether it would balance out favorably to their latest approach, double-checking her boyfriend's work to make sure it was all mathematically, if not theoretically, sound. Boruto, bent double over a table laden with notes, calculations, jutsu formula sketches, and experimental data from their failed attempts, was feverishly scribbling what looked like a harebrained seal formula that probably wouldn't solve anything, but might at least give them a little more insight. His face was screwed into a look of concentration, and his eyes were piercing the paper with an intense gaze as he worked. Under other circumstances, Serida's heart might have fluttered at the sight of Boruto so intently focused, but the prickling at the base of her neck reminded her of the other person in the room. holding her breath and tapping a pencil against her cheek. The Uchiha heiress, for what that title was worth, felt a vein pop in her forehead while a pair of eyes bored into the back of her head. She grimaced irritably just thinking about it. "Don't you have anything better to do?" she asked, managing to not call him dad, which was handy as this person was not quite her father. Sasuke, sitting off to the side and thoughtfully watching Sarada work, slowly shook his head. "Not aside from training," he said, "and the doctor told me not to do that for more than 3 hours a day." "I hear that didn't stop you from spending 12 hours in the training hall yesterday," Sarada dryly replied, still trying to parse the formula in front of her, which, on half a night's sleep and 3 bottles of energy drinks, looked an awful lot like hopelessly staring at the paper and waiting for the problem to solve itself. Sasuke looked away and cleared his throat, cheeks reddening a shade. "I have my reasons," he said evasively. "You threw your back out, didn't you?" she deadpanned, tapping her pencil on the paper, onyx eyes glaring icy death at the uncooperative formula through her plain-rimmed prescription lenses. Sasuke said nothing, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. That was answer enough. Sarada sighed. Never before had she thought that she would grow so weary of her father's presence, aside from those times he'd grilled Boruto over the destination of an alleged 8 p.m. team meeting that Konohamaru and Mitsuki knew nothing about, or the time he escorted her home after a disastrous night on the town with Chow Chow, or the time he, despite the regret of him not having been there for the first decade of her life. As a teenage girl, Sarada had to admit that having her dad around was usually more exasperating or embarrassing than not, and even if this was only her dad in body, and his 12-year-old self in spirit, there was still enough similarity there for her to unconsciously think of him as dad, which made far too many things far too damned confusing. Groaning and squeezing her eyes shut as the writing on the paper seemed to transform into illogical scribbles, Sarada executed a flawless head-esque maneuver. Ugh. The Hokage were an important political entity in the ninja world, not only as 5 of the strongest shinobi alive, but also as respected and admired pillars of their respective communities. In their home villages, they were beloved war heroes, soldiers and leaders who had risen above the rest to stand as larger-than-life symbols of the values shinobi held dear. More importantly though, was the fact that they were all politicians, bureaucrats. Combat prowess and impressive mission records were prerequisites, and strength was accounted more heavily than wisdom by many who thought of the cage, but by and large the most important and necessary skills for these figures were management, delegation, and communication. Leadership wasn't easy, whether you thought it was a quality certain people were born with or a skill people learned through practice. The Hokage were leaders of their villages, and of the shinobi union as a whole. This made it a curious situation, then, where most people favored Kage with demonstrable power and battle experience, rather than those with actual legislative or administrative talent. Even Gaara and Kurotsuchi, hands down 2 of the most professional and presidential leaders in the principal territories, had been put into their current positions mostly because of their reputations as skilled fighters. Gaara was the former Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed Tanuki, Shukaku, and a shinobi possessing absolute control of sand in a village located in the middle of a massive desert. Kurotsuchi was a genius kunoichi with an elemental keki genkei and undisputed mastery of jinjutsu, and rated at least proficient in a majority of the other classical shinobi disciplines. They were also, it should be noted, either relatives or disciples of previous Kage, not just the Kazekage and Sachikage. Either out of the 5 shadows, the one with the weakest connection to their predecessors was Chaojuyarao, who was neither a blood relative of any past Mizukage nor a student of any of them, or any teaching line descended from them, and even that was only because Kiri in the Land of Water had a long history of civil war and violence, that left everything really chaotic and disjointed from one generation to the next, even at the highest levels. Gaara was the son of the 4th Kazekage, Kurotsuchi was the granddaughter of the 3rd Sachikage, Deru was an inheritor of the 3rd Reikage's ninjutsu and right hand of the 4th, and Naruto Uzumaki was the son of the 4th Hokage with an additional indirect relation to both the 1st, 2nd, and 5th, as well as a student of the 6th Hokage, and a student of the 3rd. So aside from being chosen more for strength than actual political skill, the Hokage were also largely in the positions they presently held because of dynastic nepotism, or at least that was how it would look to an outsider. The truth was significantly more complicated though, and it was not as though the 5 Kage were unqualified for their positions, quite the contrary. Each one was a gifted leader and shrewd administrator in their own right, and more than half of them had needed to overcome significant obstacles to get where they were today. Saying they held their present ranks only because they were students, or descendants of past Kage, would be both a gross oversimplification and an insult to their very real and significant qualifications. They honestly were good at what they did, even if much of their bureaucratic and legislative savvy had to acquired through on-the-job experience. Besides, they were, as stated before, incredibly beloved and venerated in their home villages. Whether it was Deru with his mile-long laundry list of military awards and citations for bravery, a leader of men and women, who had fought in countless battles with a sterling track record, or Kurotsuchi, who had introduced valuable legislation in the years after the war and enacted wildly popular initiatives to fertilize and farm the rocky badlands around Iowa, using Doton and Sutan ninjutsu to make the land arable, and volcanic ash from Hokage Genkei to render it profitably fertile. They were champions of the people and darlings of the press. In this age of mass media and the increasing political and economic relevance of a stable, unified shinobi alliance, where much of the explosive technological innovation enjoyed throughout the continent had its roots in research funded by and carried out in the major hidden villages, research that had quickly given birth to theretofore undreamed of possibilities, when a minor decision of the Hokage, made as a gesture of good faith, enabled this knowledge to be shared between their villages. Virtually everybody knew who the Hokage were. A generation prior, most civilians outside the hidden villages knew close to nothing about shinobi. Names like Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju would have elicited blank stares from the average merchant or farmer, and if they even knew what Hokage or hidden villages were, that was significantly more than most people. But this had been changing for years, with more and more people realizing just how large of an impact the actions and policies of these mercenary city-states had on the world they lived in, as relatively cheap and affordable communications technology connected people in ways their ancestors could have never imagined. 50 years ago, if the Hokage had been bedridden or rendered unfit for duty, the only people affected by this, or even aware of it, would have been the inhabitants of their village, and even then, only if they kept their ear to the ground. It would have been covered up as much as possible, and it would have been very hard for the news to leak. But in a world with portable long-distance communications, online social media, and an ever-burning interest in the affairs of those at the top, even if the exact details never got out, it would be almost impossible to completely hide the truth. And needless to say, the other Hokage were naturally concerned to discover that the Lord's sixth, Kakashi, was back in office as the acting Hokage with no information regarding Naruto besides a vague statement about nervous breakdowns. Gaara, the instant he learned of this, contacted his sister Temari to ask after the Lord's seventh. Naruto was a dear friend and comrade of the Kazekage, to an extent that a not insignificant subculture of yaoi fans existed in the Leaf and Sand, where the main subject of their interest was a hypothetical, or very real, as some adamant fans insisted, sexual relationship between the 7th Hokage and 5th Kazekage, 75ers, they called themselves. But the fascinating proliferation of Neru-GAA fan art, doujinshi, and fanfiction among Suna and Konoha Kunoichi aside, Gaara was naturally very concerned about his friend, and it did nothing to ease his concerns when Temari spent several minutes quibbling and dodging the question before finally admitting that she had sworn secrecy on the matter and thus presently could not actually tell anything to anyone who didn't already know, not even her baby brother, she'd told him. This only made Gaara more worried, and more curious, so he then tried calling Naruto's cell phone. There was no answer. Next, feeling increasingly perturbed, he called the Uzumaki's home phone. There was an answer this time, but it was the Hokage's 11-year-old daughter who picked up the phone, and she said that she didn't know anything concrete about what had happened to her parents, save that they were acting funny and not presently fit for duty. She also further claimed that her grandfather was currently looking after her, while her brother and Sarada tried to fix their parents. This was a very interesting choice of words to hear from a child as canny and perceptive as Himori Uzumaki. Gaara then tried calling Boruto. He'd had to consult a secretary to dig up the young man's cell number, and finding it took several minutes, during which he had ample time to fret and worry and try to calm himself and tell himself that it was probably nothing and things would be fine, only to think of new terrible possibilities and descend further into thinly veiled anxiety and borderline panic. Despite the unwaveringly stoic expression on his face, by the time Gaara was finally able to call young Boruto, he felt like a nervous mess. Even a nice, private, his eyes only pick and text from Shijima did little to alleviate the Kazekage's burgeoning fears, although it did make him a little more eager to wrap this up and get home as soon as possible. When the Hokage's son answered, after 2 rings, it was with a terse and snappish yet trying to be patient, and to sound as calm and professional as possible. Gaara inquired after the state of the boy's father. Boruto muttered a curse in response, one Gaara only barely made out, before tiredly saying he was working on it. When Gaara asked what specifically Boruto was working on, the boy cursed again, this time quite audibly, and then the call was suddenly and rather suspiciously disrupted by a loud burst of static, right before disconnecting. Subsequent attempts to call back went completely unanswered. After this, Gaara took a deep breath and retrieved a careworn copy of Icha Icha Politics signed by Naruto and Hinata from the bottom drawer in his desk. Locking the door to his office, Gaara turned to his favorite section where the red-headed and sleep-deprived leader of Pune engaged in a threesome with his half-sister and wife, both of whom also happened to be his secretaries, while his best friend and object of a forbidden love, the blonde and blue-eyed leader of Honoha, watched alongside his beautiful and open-minded wife. Once Gaara had burned off some of the frustration and mellowed himself out, he took a moment to go to the bathroom and wash his hands before calling one of his fellow Kage. He was going to get to the bottom of this. Konoha timeline gamma the future. My brother called me at work earlier today. Temari Nara said this to her husband as he passed her a cup of tea, her tone bland and matter of fact. They were seated across from one another at a table in the corner of the employee cafeteria, in the service building behind Hokage Tower. Drab walls and plain tile floors were illuminated by humming fluorescent lights, while a smattering of clerical ninja, secretaries, and off-duty guards ate bland, tasteless dishes just barely resembling actual cuisine. It was not anyone's first option to eat the food here, but not everyone had the time or energy to prepare bento every day, and unless one had a spouse or lover or friend making them for them, it was only natural that sometimes it might seem easier to simply swallow one's pride and choke down a cheap, government-sponsored meal than go through the trouble in the morning, or the night before. Shikamaru was lucky that his wife didn't mind preparing bento for him, so long as he took his lunch periods off to eat with her. Temari was not a homebody by nature, or the best cook out of her siblings. That distinction went to Kankuro, but she also knew how hopelessly lazy her husband could be and wasn't averse to negotiating compromises like this. If she made him lunch, he had to listen to her while he ate, or carry on an actual conversation if he wanted any kind of dessert, and in fairness, he did usually pay for the tea, even if it was typically tepid and watery. After almost 20 years of marriage, this was a well-ingrained routine. Temari didn't go on that many missions these days, although she certainly continued to train and keep herself in fighting shape. Many kunoichi, who had children, tended to ease themselves into less physically demanding bureaucratic or administrative roles, if they stayed in active service at all. Maybe as much as a third didn't, preferring instead to become full-time mothers or caregivers. It was a matter of expenses as much as preference. Jounin like Kunai, or Temari herself, were usually afforded excellent benefits and pensions, and while even genin had good health care and reasonable pay, raising a child took a lot of money. A jounin could afford to basically retire even if they were a single mother, while a chunin might take up a clerical job or do the occasional mission, and genin usually continued doing D-rank jobs as long as they were physically able. There were policies and programs to lighten the financial burdens and make child care affordable, but a lot of people liked to have some degree of breathing room, financially speaking, and shinobi tended to take a certain amount of pride in being able to provide for themselves. Theoretically, it was possible to raise a child purely on welfare, government benefits, or a meager genin pension, but it probably wasn't too comfortable. Of course, it also wasn't easy for the village to afford improved care without having taxes at a certain level, and almost nobody actually liked to pay taxes. Suggesting an increase of income or sales tax rates would amount to political suicide for the less savvy legislator. It took a lot of raw charisma, smooth talking, and convincing sounding arguments to get people to assent to even a marginal tax hike, let alone anything significant. And then of course, any changes that did get signed off on would have to be integrated into the bureaucracy, which was a nightmare all its own, and something very few souls were brave or crazy or boring enough to dare. And speaking of which, he should really check up on the progress of that. Shikamaru blinked, finally processing what his wife had just said a couple of seconds earlier. Sometimes it was hard to switch his brain out of work mode, especially when he knew he'd have to switch it back again anyways relatively shortly, but Temari was a formidable woman, and a person who did not cotton to being ignored. Slowly, the Hokage's advisor cocked an eyebrow. Was the call a family thing or a politics thing? He carefully inquired. Temari rolled her eyes. Personal, she said. He was asking about Naruto. Oh, fuck, Shikamaru grimaced, and not just because the cafeteria's tea was cheap, unpalatable swill. So it was Gaara, right? No, Kankuro, Temari said. Of course it was Gaara, I see, Shikamaru said. He nodded in understanding, looking into the dregs of his teacup. Hopefully you didn't tell him anything. He gave Temari a look of weary concern. This mess had not been easy on him, she snorted, unimpressed. I didn't, Temari graciously assured her husband, even if I think I really should have. I mean, honestly, whatever happened to transparency and international cooperation? This is the kind of thing the Shinobi Union should be told about, even if only so they can help cover for us while we fix the problem. We've been over this, Shikamaru sighed. Bringing the other villages, or even just the other Kage, in on the loop would complicate matters more than we can afford. If you ask me, we already have too many people in the know. Temari rolled her eyes once more. Nice rhetoric, she drawled, but this is really just about saving face, isn't it? It would be inconvenient if too many people found out about this screw-up, Shikamaru conceded, shrugging helplessly. Boruto and Sarada are practically the face of Konoha's next generation. If they lose credibility, so does the village as a whole, which is why you sent them into town wearing those signboards. Well, it didn't exactly specify what sort of kinjutsu they messed around with, Shikamaru sheepishly defended, looking away and coughing into his fist. A beat, you let Boruto look at the forbidden scroll in the first place, didn't you? Temari guessed, causing her husband to flinch and tense up. That's the only place he could have gotten hold of a jutsu like that, and you and Naruto are the only ones who could have authorized it. Shikamaru's face reddened, and he stared into the bottom of his cup. Temari might have found his expression a little cute in another situation. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. That's all, he mumbled, a weak defense as they both recognized. Right? Temari drawled, like how it was only a momentary lapse in judgment when you tried to carry out an assassination job in a distant country, with just 2 Anbu backing you up, and not bothering to inform me, your friends, or anyone in the Shinobi Union. I refused to dignify that with a response. Temari sighed and shook her head. Whatever, I don't care, she said dismissively, changing tact. Feel free to keep the other cage in the dark if you want, but don't expect me to lie to my brothers. Not without a better reason than what you've given me, at least. There was a moment of meaningful silence between them, and if I can't think of one, Shikamaru wondered aloud. A smirk tilted Temari's mouth, and her eyes flashed with mischief. She leaned forward over the table, looking straight into her husband's eyes, and whispered in a husky tone, "Then you'd better make it worth my while." Shikamaru met her glance and smiled crookedly, seeing what she was getting at. "Where do you want me to make the reservations? And when for?" "Surprise me," Temari said, shrugging. "Whether it's a candlelit dinner, a night at a hotel, or a weekend at an onsen, I don't care, as long as you make it romantic." She then leaned back and sat in her chair as though nothing had just happened, no sign of her plot aside from the hint of a slight coy grin. Shikamaru laughed. Troublesome woman. Land of Snowboarder timeline B to the past. Sakura lazily ducked under a clumsy haymaker from the largest of the 3 snow ninja, a bored expression on her face. Her movements were smooth and swift, and knuckles glowed faintly as she clenched a fist and focused her chakra. "Big, dumb, and ugly," she said, driving a brute force uppercut into the guy's stomach. Armor cracked at the impact of her fist, shards of metal and crystal flying off. Thick, heavy limbs splayed while beady eyes bugged out, hairline cracks spreading through the abdomen of a chakra tech suit, a not inconsiderable weight suspended on Sakura's knuckles. For a moment, time seemed to slow. Crunch. Then the armor shattered. A compact fist continued driving up into an unprotected belly, and the big guy spewed a disgusting mixture of blood and spittle. A pathetic gagging, heaving, whimpering sound escaped his mouth before his eyes rolled up in their sockets and his body went limp. He fell from Sakura's fist and into the snow, causing a muffled thump. His expression was frozen in a mask of shock. Elsewhere on the glacier, Hinata ran circles around the sole female opponent, weaving and spiraling between frenzied attacks, gracefully dodging and disorienting her foe. Her Byakugan was active, giving the lass a fierce, slightly inhuman look, and it barely helped that her lips were locked into a stern frown. Obligatory kunoichi, she added, coming in from behind her dizzied enemy. Arms were a blur as her hands lashed out, jabbing fingers into the Violet's back. Metal plate and composite unraveled before the Hyruga clan's all-seeing eyes, and bursts of chakra were shunted into structural loopholes, technical weak points in the experimental absorption mechanisms around which the armor had been constructed. These openings were no bigger than the eye of a needle at their largest, and very few people could have boasted the insight to detect them, let alone the precision and control necessary to exploit them. Hinata was one such person. The boob plate armored Fubuki blinked owlishly for a moment, slowly processing the fact that something had just happened. Realizing the enemy was behind her, she started to turn around as quickly as she was able, bringing an arm up as though preparing to deliver a retaliatory blow. But then she staggered and swayed on her feet. Her arm fell uselessly down to her side before she had spun all the way around, and her eyes rolled up in the back of her head. She tripped and fell mid-rotation, toppling bonelessly into the snow and ice. Hinata let out a carefully controlled breath, standing over her opponent in a picture-perfect gentle fist stance. She looked over at Sakura and offered a smile. Then they turned to face the third enemy combatant, and the pretty one, they said together, sounding distinctly unimpressed. Nadarauga, who stood poised above the two on an icy outcropping, looked at the insensate forms of his allies and went a fascinating shade of puce. What the hell, he muttered, eyes wide in disbelieving horror. "That's a weirdly prevalent pattern, isn't it?" said Sakura Sotovosi. "Big guy, pretty boy, and chick. We seem to run into a lot of enemies who organize themselves that way." "Indeed, it is a curiously ubiquitous trend," Hinata agreed. "Like how genin squads almost always seem to have a 2-to-1 ratio of boys to girls." Well, that's just love triangle fodder," Sakura said, eyes twinkling mischievously. "Or threesomes in the making," Hinata giggled. "Oh please," she said, "you really are incorrigible, Sakura. What would your daughter say if she heard you talking like that?" "What would your daughter say?" Sakura blithely riposted. Serada knows what I'm like. She'd probably just grimace and pretend she didn't hear anything. Himori is an unblemished angel, Hinata said demurely, eyes flashing. And I will kill anyone who tries to corrupt her. She's a bloodthirsty psycho in the guise of a mo blob. Sakura snorted, smirking. Corrupting her would be like getting a toadstool moldy. She's a sweet child, though, Hinata said. She smiled. And I love her no matter what she's like. Nada twitched. Sakura smiled. That's true, she conceded. And she is a nice kid most of the time. Just has a hell of a temper. Gee, that almost reminds me of someone else, Hinata sing-songed, giving the pinkette a wink. Sakura gave an uproarious guffaw. You cheeky bitch, she laughed. Ha, I dunno whether to punch you or kiss you. The latter might prove a useful distraction, Hinata remarked. Only if we were fighting a lolicon, Sakura snorted. And if we were, well, he is kinda cute. For a younger man, at least. He's also the enemy, Hinata said. No matter how handsome he is, well, sure. I mean, yeah, he pales next to Sasuke, Sakura said. But who's to say we can't kick his ass and win him over? Then, it would also probably be inconvenient for our other selves. Once things went back to normal, Hinata quietly pointed out. Sakura blinked owlishly. Oh hell, yeah, it probably would. Damn, she crossed her arms over her chest and scowled. Well, I guess we have no choice but to beat the lolicon out of him. In that case, Nada snapped. Damn it, WHO, do you think you're calling a lolicon? He roared in furious protest, face livid. Ice style. Snow whale jutsu. The glacier trembled, and with the thunderous roar of an avalanche a great mass of snow and ice fell like the stroke of God's hammer. Thought and chakra shaped a hill's worth of debris, massaging it into the form of an enormous baleen whale. Undulating hypnotically, it swam through the air with a ponderous grace, barreling towards Hinata and Sakura at the speed of a runaway bullet train. Frosty flukes and ice-edged fins gleamed in the cold, harsh light of an Arctic sun. An immense bulk of tightly packed snow pushed through the atmosphere, with an audible, nay deafening rush of wind that stirred whirling devils of flake and mist to dance fearfully away from the point of swiftly approaching impact. If this was something that could be averted by human power, then it certainly didn't look the part. Yet Sakura rolled her eyes, while Hinata smiled and shook her head. Geez, Sakura said in a bored tone. Seems like someone's in denial. You wanna take this one, Hinata? It would be my pleasure, Hinata sweetly replied. Then she slipped into a gentle fist stance, before vanishing among the twisting, twirling vortices of flying snowflakes caught in the bow wave of the descending ice whale. A moment later, there was a loud crack. Nada felt something give beneath his feet. His focus wavered as he began to plummet, a startled brain struggling to reorient itself as the cliff he'd been standing on crumbled apart. As he fell from his perch, the snow ninja saw a crevice form in the side of the glacier beneath his shattering foothold, a gaping crack that split further open as he watched. Looking down to the base of the peak, he saw the Hyuga girl standing there with 2 fingers jammed into the crack. It took him a moment to realize that she had caused the crevice, even as a thick sheet of ice began to shatter and fall from the face of the mountain, dislodged by a force akin to the strike of a giant's ice pick. Disbelieving what he saw, Nada turned his head only to witness the plume of a blizzard erupting from thin air where his snow whale should have been. Sooner this time, he realized the cause, mostly because he saw the pink-haired kunoichi burst knuckles first from the eye of the storm, and understood that she had punched it into smithereens. It was around this point that he closed his eyes and welcomed the sweet embrace of death. Meanwhile, the director shouted at the crew to keep filming from their vantage point by the shore, and Koyuki abandoned all pretenses of staying in character. No one will ever believe this, she said, her outfit disheveled and hairpiece askew. The actor playing Shishimaru nodded dumbly in silent agreement. Let me go, no, let me go, no, let me go, no, no no no, no no no. Akamaru was riding atop his master's head as Kiba bickered with Temujin. The blonde knight's hair, at the same time, appeared to have come down with a ferret infestation, amounting to a grand total of 1 ferret. So really not much of an infestation at all, when you think about it. More like Neruge had simply taken up residence in Temujin's tresses, much to the lad's chagrin. Please let me go. Temujin said this with a grimace that may have been his goat-placating smile. No, Kiba said stubbornly. No way. You're a prisoner. You attacked us. Why the hell would we ever let you go? Damn it. Akamaru yelped as though to punctuate this sentence. Neruge chittered and cocked his head, like he was responding to the pup. Akamaru bared his teeth and growled. Easy. Akamaru, said Shino. We still have to return the ferret to its owners. Huh? Naruto said out of nowhere. I wonder how they lost him anyways. That is, why did he go missing to begin with? It's a ferret, Kiba said. Not that smart, right? Probably just went chasing after a rodent or some shit and nobody noticed until it was gone, and they hired a ninja team to track him down rather than look for him themselves. Yeah, that sure makes sense, Not like this is any significant distance away from Konoha and in the time it would have taken for them to get a message to the village, their request to be processed, and us to get out here and find the little guy. Any number of things could have happened to him. Naruto whistled and shook his head. Seriously, wow, this has to be one of the most weirdly pointless missions ever. Like this was all just a contrived excuse to get us out here to cross paths with Temujin and his armor stooges. You're sounding like a conspiracy theorist, Kiba quipped. Hey, they're not conspiracies when you live in a world where everyone has a secret agenda, Naruto said. You have to consider every possible angle. Like Heido's harem, Kiba stared. Who? Shino said. Temujin choked. They don't like being called that, he said. Trust me. Also, how do you know about them? And what does that have to do with your point? I'm a ninja, Naruto said blithely. Or a spy, in some contexts. And spies know everything, like how Rank and friends are currently in the process of a failed naval invasion of Suna territory. And really, that was just a terrible idea. Did Heido not do any research on the people he was trying to conquer? You didn't even know what chakra was before you fought us, and you're supposed to be like his right-hand man? Yeah, that's pretty dumb, Kiba agreed. If you plan on picking fights in ninja country, you should at least do your homework, know your enemy as you know yourself, and you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles, Shino quoted. Whether your master's goal is peace or not, the way he has gone about accomplishing that goal thus far has been distinctly less than impressive. Temujin glowered at his captors. What would you know, he grumbled. Karenbana and her companions took one look at Itachi and ran for the hills. Even Rogue Ninja respected an S ranking in the bingo book, and not one of them was dumb enough to tackle someone with a reputation as fearsome as his. At the same time, Sasuke subdued the traitorous soldiers like they were merely an afterthought, needing nothing more than a split second of eye contact to drop them by the dozen. Ameo, Michiru, and Hikaru took shelter with the circus performers and various loyal retainers inside the sunset-hued ribcage of a shadow clone Itachi's Susanoo. Okay, I think I understand what you mean by my responsibility to the country, said Michiru weakly, his expansive gut wobbling like a gelatin mold as he crouched down next to his kind of ex-wife, trembling with a touch of fear. Why yes, well, I'm just happy you're okay, Ameo mumbled, looking shell-shocked. She shuddered. Oh, that was terrifying. I thought I was going to have to watch them execute you. Hikaru hugged the neck of the huge Smilodon beneath him, a little capuchin monkey cowering atop the beast's head. Money doesn't mean much when people are trying to kill you, Sasuke pointedly remarked, stepping over the last of the unconscious soldiers. For instance, if we were to turn on you right now, there's not a thing you'd be able to do. You paid us in advance, after all. Itachi shot his brother a mildly disapproving look. Sasuke shrugged it off, but I suppose this little coup has already shown you what happens when people place their own wealth above everything else, he continued. And I'm not really that good at lectures anyway, more Naruto's area than mine, so let's take care of this would-be usurper already. How do you plan on doing that? Ameo wondered aloud, looking a tad mistrustful. Michiru balked momentarily, but eventually he nodded in agreement. Those ninja are probably already warning him about you too. The palace will surely be a fortress by the time you get there. Sasuke cocked his head and looked askance at Itachi. Would you say she's underestimating our speed, there, or our skill? He dryly wondered. Civilians rarely seem to grasp just how little use high walls and iron gates are against elite shinobi, Itachi said. I suppose that ignorance helps them sleep at night though. Let them keep their false sense of security. Do royalty technically count as civilians? Sasuke mused. They aren't combatants, reasoned Itachi. Sama, Sasuke replied. Under certain circumstances that could be said for most people. Or have you never heard of peasants fighting in revolts? Okay, you have a point there, but I still think royalty might be a distinct classification apart from civilians. Itachi shrugged. We'll just have to look it up when we get back, he said. Well, all the more reason to wrap this up quickly, Sasuke smirked. As one, the brothers nodded and vanished in a blur of shunshin. A quarter or so of the people inside Itachi's clone's Susanoo didn't even notice. It was very cramped in there, and several lovely performers and spandex-clad acrobats took advantage of the tight quarters as an excuse to get up close and personal with the raven-haired Cage Bunshin. If they pressed any harder, it would be at risk of dispelling Crescent Moon Kingdom timeline B to the past shit. We were not paid enough to handle this crap. Karenbana swore to herself as she ran through the dark, dimly lit palace halls. Every shadow she passed seemed to hide a potential foe, and the glow of crimson eyes haunted the corners of her mind. Her face was pale, her blouse ripped and torn to reveal thin, shallow cuts littering her torso, and a close-shorn scalp was conspicuously bare of its accustomed wig. Fear was a constant companion for shinobi, both a blade to lay enemies low and a whetstone to make oneself ready. Fear was good, fear was useful, fear kept you on your toes. A good ninja knew how to work with fear, how to hone themselves into a keen edge and turn that acute awareness of the threat posed by their enemy into a desperate, resourceful cunning that would reverse the situation and carry them out alive, maybe even victorious, but it was a double edge that fear-tempered, a perilous Muramasa that could slay you as easily as save you, and what Karen Banner felt right now was no constructive inkling. This was not a reasonable awareness of danger, not a shot of adrenaline to sharpen her senses and heighten her awareness. This was dread, terror, unthinking and visceral. She was not, at this moment, a hunter looking into the eyes of a tiger and steeling herself in wit and strength. It was not something she could use, not a well of strength to empower her in the last resort. She was a seasoned mercenary, a rogue ninja with countless notches on her belt. Despite a petite build and childlike stature, she had fought and defeated scores of foes in her time. She was ruthless, she was cold-blooded, she was a dagger in the night that silenced lords and generals, an icy wind from hell's depths that quenched the feeble flames of resistance. She was Kunoichi, the Reaper's scythe shrouded in a veil of silk, a pleasing form that disguised a walking instrument of death, or so she would tell you, at least. It was admittedly difficult to unironically call yourself a seductive emissary of the cold beyond when you were built like a preteen boy, but then so often people most deeply longed for and idealized those traits which they simply did not have. The weak want to be strong, the foolish want to be smart, the lonely want to be popular, and the homely want to be handsome, so on and so forth. But that aside, Karen Banner was an experienced ninja, who had undertaken 100 life or death missions and completed every one without fail. She was not a helpless craven who balked at the first sign of peril. She wasn't an indisciplined greenhorn who turned tail and ran the moment shit went south, yet here she was, blindly running for her life from a foe she couldn't even be sure was actually actively pursuing her. Of course, to be fair, any ninja less than a cage or living legend who possessed the faintest degree of sense would only fight an opponent like Itachi Uchiha if there was absolutely no other option. There were loads of loonies and psychos in the world of rogue ninja, and all sorts of horror stories about the biggest and baddest bastards in the underworld, but even compared to the most feared and infamous criminals out there, a ninja wiping out their own clan was nothing to sneeze at. And when that clan was, by itself, a force that could nearly rival the military of a hidden village, with centuries of history and a fearsome bloodline that could be traced back to the earliest days of shinobi history, a clan that most considered to be the elite of the elite, renowned for producing masters and prodigies with such frightening regularity that pretty much anyone bearing their family's crest was automatically marked down as a potential serious threat. Well, the person who accomplished that would become the boogeyman's boogeyman. So, regardless of whatever whispered rumors may have been in circulation about this guy apparently being pardoned and accepted back into the forces of his home village, all Karen Banner knew or cared to know was that Itachi Uchiha was one of the baddest dudes around, an S-class rating in the bingo book, and a perfect 10 on the scale of dashing rogues. Not that she paid any particular attention to that last one. Nay, perish the thought. She was a consummate professional, and she would never let herself get distracted by a pretty face while on the job. In that respect, mortal terror was quite useful, except for when it carried her straight into a trap. Oof. Shit. Seriously, Karen Banner was so worried about Itachi taking her from behind that she didn't even notice the other Uchiha kid cutting her off until he had swept her legs out from under her and jabbed the pummel of a kunai into her gut. This knocked the wind out of her lungs real effectively. Hurt like a sumbitch too, but she still could have recovered and maybe put up a bit more of a fight, despite the pain and imbalance, if not for the hand that subsequently grasped her shoulder, and the hot breath that washed over the back of her neck. Her blood ran cold, and a leaden weight settled in her stomach. "Take care of her, will you?" said the 12-year-old, who had just humiliated Karen Banner, smirking and turning his back on her. "She's the only combatant left, the others are dead," came Itachi's voice from behind her, right in her ear, terrifying and a little thrilling in its sheer proximity. "No, but they probably wish they were." Sasuke then melted into the shadows, leaving Karen Banner with her captor. She probably could have made a go at escaping, then, since the only restraint was a hand on her shoulder, but by this point she'd unconsciously regressed from bolting in terror to freezing up and hoping the problem would fix itself. For a moment there was only awkward, smothering silence. It was a long moment, enough for her adrenaline to fade and leave behind a sore, tired, sweaty wreck of a woman. Weakly, Karen Banner assessed her chances. She found them to be distressingly poor. Fuck. My employer is dead, isn't he? This was more a statement than a real question. It was, at most, a rhetorical inquiry meant to serve as a bleak observation of her circumstances, not something she posed in expectation of an answer. But this fact didn't stop Itachi from responding. "He will be shortly, if he isn't already." She felt him squeeze her shoulder. In another context, she would have assumed this to be an attempt at a comforting gesture, but here, from a killer as infamous as Itachi Uchiha, it couldn't possibly be that. "I see. And what do you plan to do with me?" she grimly wondered. Considering this guy's reputation, she'd be lucky if she just found herself stripped, beaten, tossed in a ditch and left to die. In that event there could at least be a chance of surviving and finding her way home. The worst case scenario wasn't something she dared even consider. I could turn you over to the authorities, Itachi said. Karenbana immediately reconsidered what she thought would be the worst possible outcome, considering that she and her teammates were kind of technically missing Nin. Well, she'd seen how her home village dealt with traitors, flayed alive, drawn and quartered, burned at the stake, or even outright crucified. If she was hanged or beheaded, that would be a reasonably positive outcome, because at least then her death would be relatively quick and painless, and civilian magistrates would scarcely be kinder, considering that she had just fought on the losing side of a coup d'etat. Even if the prince didn't make an example of her alongside her teammates, she'd probably be imprisoned and left at the mercy of his loyal soldiers. A shudder of dread and disgust went up her spine at this thought. What if I asked you to just kill me now? She asked bleakly. I would not, he said. You are simply doing the job you were paid to do. If you are put to death, then let it be only after you have been given due process and tried in accordance to the laws of the land. Karenbana turned her head to stare at Itachi, blinking owlishly. Wow, what world do you live in? She wondered disbelievingly. There's no way you can't be aware that they'll just send me to the gallows the moment you turn me over. It will be out of my hands, he said. I have no reason to either kill you personally, or let you go. For a moment, Karenbana mulled over this statement and inwardly debated the merits of one strategy over another. Against all odds, it seemed like this guy was actually bizarrely idealistic, or at least really good at lying to himself and pretending that the world was fair. At the very least, it looked like maybe he wasn't the murderous, cold-blooded psychopath all the stories made him out to be. Yes, maybe that would work. It was an option she usually scorned as undignified and pathetic, but beggars could hardly be choosers. If it could get her out of this alive, she would stoop to any level. And he was really cute for a teen. That would probably make it easier for her to swallow. Schooling her face into a seductive expression, Karenbana inched herself closer to Itachi and gave him a sample of sultry, heated bedroom eyes. Smiling coyly, she made a show of looking him up and down. So you say, but maybe I could make it worth your while to reconsider. Handsome, she winked, swallowing her pride and desperately hoping this would work. A beat. Sorry, but I'm not interested in children, Itachi bluntly answered. There was a moment of silence, a pregnant pause, then Karenbana snapped. Heido finished his obnoxious film rant by flicking his wrist and flinging Temujin aside with an invisible force. The old man with the awesome hat cried out in protest, and Nerugi lay motionless on the floor. Elsewhere, Kiba and Akamaru were fighting the wolf girl, while Shino battled the bat girl. Naruto stood with his arms crossed at the edge of the chamber, a stony expression on his face. Temujin stared at the man who had raised him, the man whom he had unquestioningly served for so many years. He was in shock, unable to move, scarcely even able to breathe. Tears shimmered in his eyes. It was all for power, Heido declared. And what a power it is. Yes, now that the source of all Jelal is within my grasp, I have no further use for you. Go, join the rest of your family in the hereafter. With a sneer, he raised his hand. The stone in the palm of Heido's glove blazed with a fey light, and Temujin saw his life flash before his eyes ere a blast of energy swallowed his field of view. An explosion rocked the chamber and brought loose stones tumbling from the ceiling. The smoke cleared, and Temujin was surprised to find himself unmarked. A sphere of black, something floated between him and Heido, no larger than an orange, wreathed in wisps of smoke and bobbing a few feet above a respectable crater. It was level with Heido's hand, and lingering sparks dancing around it betrayed that this orb had just taken the blast meant for Temujin. Heido stared, perplexed. Temujin gaped, trying to figure out what had just happened. Naruto took a step forward, and his footfall was a deafening booming noise that echoed through the mine. His face was unreadable save for his eyes, which were a cold and steely blue. Some massive presence bore down on everyone in the room, and the jello overhead started to crack. The truth-seeking orb unraveled, and the stone in Heido's glove exploded into 100 glittering shards. Thank you for that, Naruto said to Heido, cracking his knuckles. Really, thank you. It's been a very long time since I've fought an enemy who was such a genuinely irredeemable piece of shit. But now I can go all out without feeling guilty. He clenched his fist, and his chakra flared to life like an explosion. Following the example of Heido's glove, the jello in the mines rang, quivered, trembled, and shattered in catastrophic resonance with an even greater power, showering the chamber in glittering stardust. Holy mother of, breathed Temujin, staring awestruck as he crossed himself. What the, Heido gasped, his monocle popping out. You're a disgrace to good leaders everywhere, taking advantage of lost and misguided kids to further your own selfish ambitions, Naruto growled. You make people like Danzo and Orochimaru seem downright reasonable, because they at least talk about having goals larger than themselves. But you? No, you're just a selfish, greedy son of a bitch who wants power for power's sake, and will do anything it takes to get it. You make me sick." Naruto's eyes flashed, and he willed a Rasengan into life. It sucked in the airborne particles of Gelul, drawing on the fantastic energy in every mote of dust, swelling rapidly in size and gaining an otherworldly glow as it took on the nature of all things. The shards of Gelul drew into alignment around the makeshift chakra singularity, orbiting it like stars in the arms of a galaxy. Temujin scooped up Neruga and ran over to the old man behind Naruto, being in possession of sufficient sense to realize that he did not want to get in the blonde's way right now. Heido, resting squarely at the other end of the spectrum in regards to not being an idiot, dumbly stared at the cosmic Reconnecting and tried to wrap his head around the fact that the very power he had sought was now being focused into an attack aimed squarely at him. Wow, what is this impudence? He shrieked in furious indignation, frothing and livid. How dare you? You have no right to this, after everything I've sacrificed to get here. Damn you, who do you think you are, boy? Naruto scoffed and looked Heido straight in the eye, holding a giant, galaxy-shaped Reconnecting that glowed with an emerald green energy. Who the hell do you think I am? He replied, bounding forward in the blink of an eye. Naruto whipped the Giga Reconnecting at Heido. It caught him square in the gut and carried him off the floor, swerving upward at Naruto's command and piercing through the earth. This attack rose above the heavens, a buzzsaw of unbridled power lifting Heido into orbit. Idly, Naruto hoped it didn't hit the moon when it detonated. That would be really hard to explain. The graceful lioness pounced, and the mighty mother bear struck. Sakura rammed her fist through the chakra-absorbing crystal, smashing it into pieces, and Hinata jabbed digital fangs into the armor's bare inner workings, rapid finger strikes, shutting down the flow of energy through it. Their opponent didn't even get a chance to react, and Doto's expression during this was priceless. First there was the moment of confusion, then the shock as he realized what had just happened, and finally the dawning look of fear. He saw them cock their arms back in unison, and take one menacing step forward. Like a hissing noise coming from a paper tag, he instinctively grasped the imminent danger betrayed by their stances. It was as obvious as a fist inches from your face. Oh, simultaneously, faster than lightning, the two girls struck him in the gut. Doto was launched straight through the air, catapulted backwards by their combined blow, and he crashed with a massive boom into one of the iced-over pylons, where a thick frost covering shattered from the force of his body's impact. Miraculously, the devices activated, and the reveal of their true nature was a very beautiful and striking scene with all the packed snow, glacial ice, and permafrost quickly vanishing to expose a perfectly green and vibrant meadow. Rather than a filthy, slushy, muddy hellhole of a mess, there was a moment of respectful silence for the death of the generic villain, while those present stared in awe and wonder at the compelling, provocative imagery of, wow, Hinata said, looking at the melting snow and ice. This can't be good for the environment, it really isn't, Sakura said. Just think of all the flash floods from melted snow, or what the warmer temperatures here will do to the continent's weather systems. I mean, thank goodness it's only temporary, but still, Koyuki-san's father really wasn't a very prudent ruler, was he? Hinata whispered, looking sidelong at the princess in question. Spending a fortune on developing weapons, or just stashing away a huge cache of treasure, probably would have been a better investment for his country. I know, right? Sakura said with a grimace. Talk about horrifically short-sighted. Koyuki chose this moment to frown and glance in the girl's direction, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Hinata and Sakura immediately looked the other way and started innocently whistling. Koyuki pursed her lips and sniffed, and then, after we'd tied up all the loose ends and attended her inauguration, I handed Koyuki-san a list of suggestions for her next movie. Hinata set down her cup of tea and gestured vaguely, a sweet smile hardly belying the implications of her statement. Naruto nodded and Sasuke hummed. Sakura sniggered and waggled her eyebrows suggestively. You forgot to mention the kisses she gave us as thanks, the pinkette quipped, elbowing Hinata in the ribs. That was an especially nice bonus, Naruto whistled and Sasuke stared. She kissed you, they said, one sounding interested while the other sounded disbelieving. Yes, Sakura said. Now I know what it feels like to be the Prince Charming in a fairy tale. Slode's better than being the princess? I don't know. I still think I'd rather wait in the tower than fight the dragon, Hinata said with a laugh. And there's something to be said about seeing the man of your dreams climb atop his vanquished foe, his clothes tattered from an epic battle, his skin glistening from sweat and smeared with blood, his muscles bulging as he wraps you up in his arms and, red heart. Naruto grinned rakishly while Sasuke rolled his eyes. Sakura chortled, yes, but enough about us. How'd your mission go, dear? She asked Sasuke. He shrugged. It was a success, he said. We protected the prince and his convoy, and I assassinated a would-be usurper. Also, Itachi might have started some kind of relationship with an enemy Kunoichi. I'm not completely certain. What a heartbreaker, Naruto deadpanned. Did he get any of her numbers? We're pre-telephones, idiot. Or did you forget? No, I mean, Naruto waved a hand and traced an hourglass in the air. You know, her numbers, vitals, measurements, height, weight, birthday, hair color, eye color, blood type, sign, lower, conspiratorially, he added, bust, waist, hips, you know, that kind of thing. Sasuke snorted. What does it matter, he asked. It's for research, Naruto said. I've been cataloging all known Uchiha and their love interests to see if there are any features in common. We need inspiration, pal. Why don't you just do like Jiraiya and peep on women in the hot springs? It's less annoying that way, Sasuke retorted. Then he paused, looking perturbed. Oh, wow. Can't believe I just said that. Neither can I, Naruto said. You know that's Hinata's job. The Hyuga clan already knows what everyone looks like naked. Sakura chuckled, and Hinata smiled slyly. Coughing and faintly blushing, Sasuke shifted in his seat. Gee, thanks for the reminder, he sarcastically muttered. But you'd have to ask Itachi for the details. He was reticent and didn't say much. You know, the way gentlemen are. He gave the others a pointed look. Wait, was it that girl who looked like a kid? Sakura interjected, frowning thoughtfully. I didn't know Itachi was into that. Looks like I'll have to watch out that I don't enflame his lusts, eh, dear? Naruto laughed, and Hinata giggled at the joke, while Sasuke rolled his eyes. She was petite. Let's leave it at that. All right, he said. I'm having a hard enough time getting the image out of my head without you guys constantly prompting me for details. I saw things that I had no desire to ever see. Oh, his Rinnegan was on the whole time, wasn't it? Said Hinata, expression turning a touch sympathetic. Damn that shared field of vision, Sasuke grumbled. Answer enough for the discussion's purpose. Hinata nodded softly in understanding. I understand. If it's any consolation, in my own family it's nearly an unspoken rite of passage to accidentally see family members in the middle of intimate discussions, she told him. Some things can never be unseen, so we just have to live with the mental images. She patted him comfortingly on the shoulder, sending a meaningful look to her husband. Right, Naruto said, catching her cue to change the topic. Well, as far as my own mission, I think it went pretty well. Shino and Kiba did great against their opponents. Relatedly, Shino is pants-shittingly terrifying. He shuddered theatrically. You don't really appreciate just how many orifices the average human body has until you've seen swarms of flesh-eating beetles pouring out of every single one. If Kurama hadn't been there to take my mind off of the absolute, unrelenting horror of the spectacle, I'd probably be a wordlessly gibbering wreck right about now. He raised his hands in a shrug and grinned, ending this observation on a morbidly joking note. Sasuke and Sakura snorted. What? You aren't already? The former said dryly. Meh. I've seen creepier, said Sakura at the same time, seeming nonchalant. What? Seriously? The others all gave her skeptical looks. Pro tip. Never look at Shizune-san's internet history. A haunted smile adorned Sakura's lips, and her eyes were hollow shadows. You will be scarred for life. I am not even joking. Naruto scratched his chin thoughtfully. That explains so much, and yet so little. Our life stories in a nutshell. Makeshift laboratories timeline gamma the future adjusting coordinates to 00.914 along the delta blue axis. Prepare to fire tracer charged. Particle density optimal. Holding fire. Chrome plating gleamed on an object best described as an blooming sphere. Glowing pulses of energy traveling along the dark lee lines of an obscenely complex seal formula etched into the metal. Minuscule, crystalline wafers no wider than the finest hairs leaned infinitesimally, this way and that as hands alight with chakra molded a holographic input. Smaller than a grapefruit, this device looked like something straight out of science fiction, and its presence seemed to dominate the room in a subtle, almost indescribable way. Off to one side, Boruto Uzumaki flipped a switch on a far cruder looking device, a mess of wires and circuits that seemed to have been soldered together in a mad rush. An LCD monitor flickered briefly, before flashing a string of numbers and formulaic symbols that would have looked like complete gibberish to 99% of humanity. Humming, the blonde tapped out a staccato beat on a nearby keyboard. A huddle of PCs jury-rigged into a cyclopean behemoth of processing power hummed and whirred, radiating significant amounts of heat noticeable even with the air conditioners clinking and roaring in every window, blasting cold air into the room, detecting feedback echoes, local receivers primed for temporal influx. Surge protectors in order, understood, said Sarada Uchiha. Firing tracer. The device on the center table brightened slightly, then dimmed. It was strangely serene and understated, little more than a noiseless blip amidst the cacophonous buzzing and thrumming of the surrounding instruments. Sarada's glasses seemed opaque in the machine's glow, reflecting the light from its acid-etched Funjutsu circuitry. A moment later, her eyes were visible. They were baggy and a tad bloodshot, but her expression was still one of utmost concentration and alertness. Sharingan stared unblinkingly into space, as though hoping to read the secrets of reality swirling in the nebulous ether. A bank of monitors lining one wall flashed various readings and calculations, displaying a flood of raw data that had started coming in before the tracer, a subatomic probe made of clustered elementary particles first observed, documented, and named by her boyfriend, was even fired. This was one of those small details that really drove home the surreality of their present work. Do we see any causal deviations in Delta Blue 00.914? She queried in a dry, clipped tone. Nothing significant, Boruto replied, clicking his tongue. Space-time at those coordinates appears to react normally to tachyon scattering. It's a classic four-dimensional ripple pattern with zero hints of turbulence. I see. And you're cataloging the results anyways, I assume. Wouldn't be much of a scientist if I didn't. Not that you're a scientist in any official capacity. Science ninja, scientist, Boruto said. They're basically the same thing. That's not what Shiho-san says. What does she know? Cryptanalysis is just a glorified number game. No experiments, no discovery, nothing genuinely new. Just making more complicated patterns from the same basic elements. Sarada laughed. That sounds like all science in a nutshell to me, but then I'd much rather be out in the field, on a mission, than doing any of these things. Boruto looked across between peevish and sheepish. Philistines, he grumbled. I'm totally unappreciated in my time, to be fair. Uzumaki is kind of a silly name for a subatomic particle. I discovered them, Boruto said defensively. I should get to name them, and it's not like the name's irrelevant, anyways. Yeah, you discovered them while studying the properties of Aunt Karen's sealing chains. We all know the story, Mr. Ragin Bolt. Boruto blushed, that was just a phase, he mumbled. It's sewn onto the inside of your forehead protector. He went quiet, face beat red. For several moments he said nothing while his girlfriend's smirk grew steadily wider. Then he cleared his throat and flipped another switch, typing a command into their makeshift supercomputer. Adjusting coordinates to 00.915 along the delta blue axis, he said after a minute of awkward silence. Prepare to fire the tracer. Okay, got it, Sarada said, still smiling. Channeling a bit of chakra through the holographic input on the very fancy and expensive-looking instrument in the center of the room, she said, tracer charged, particle density optimal, holding fire, feedback from the next shot is starting to come in, Bolt said, regaining more of his professionalism as they resumed the Zen tedium of experimentation. Backups stored, receivers primed, surge protectors in order. Understood, Sarada nodded. Firing tracer, once more. The device infinitesimally brightened for a second or two, before returning to its standard luminescence. Data scrolled across the monitors. Anything here? Sarada asked. Tracer impact reveals slight causal turbulence in sector delta blue 00.915, marking these coordinates as a possible location. Oh, how many of those do we have so far? Somewhere in the range of 392,000, last I checked, Sarada hissed. Fuck. This is going to take us forever. On the bright side, I think I've almost perfected unifying field theory, Boruto said offhandedly with a lopsided smile. Mapping the geometry of space-time in the infinite multiverse really gives you some excellent perspective on the fundamental nature of reality. Sarada gave a wry grin at this. I love it when you talk nerdy to me, she joked. Boruto laughed. Hospital room timeline gamma the future. Nobody takes us seriously. Naruto squinted at the ceiling, discontent, his brow furrowed in frustration. Sasuke frowned and followed his gaze. He saw buzzing fluorescent lights and sterile white tiles, plaster specked and mottled with minute lumps and depressions. Squinting irritably at this reminder of their present location, he glared at the strap on his wrist and the connected IV. They were in the hospital, in a private room inaccessible to all but a select few. Most staff didn't even know about this hidden wing reserve, chiefly for Anbu injured on top-secret missions, high-ranking members of command, and the Hokage. There was no outside documentation of the secret wing or its patients. All copies of the hospital's blueprints were censored to remove it, even the ones in the Konoha archives. Only 4 medics in the entire village even had the security clearance to actually work in here. Tsunade, Shizune, Sakura, and Mitsuki, and Sakura was effectively out of commission for the foreseeable future. Not that Sasuke or Naruto knew any of this, they just knew that they were in the hospital for today, getting subjected to test after test after test because reasons. Monitors and strange, futuristic-looking devices beeped and whined as they carried out their inscrutable functions, a cabelet of tubes and wires fastened to their bodies like strings on puppets. It was uncomfortable on multiple levels. Sasuke, for his part, absolutely hated every step of the experience. His strongest memory related to the smells and sights of a hospital room was waking up in one, tired and alone, lost and bereft after the events of a certain tragic night, being forced to lie in a bed like this, hooked up to a dozen different machines and poked and prodded like a science experiment reminded him all too much of the shock, the numbness, the helplessness, and the hollow gaping wound of a sensation that was having his entire world destroyed and everyone he had ever known or loved torn away from him before he could even say goodbye, before he could even understand what was happening. Sasuke grimaced. He could manage nothing else. We're just a curiosity to them, he bitterly muttered. An inconvenience even. The people they really care about are the ones we replaced. We're just kids. A bad job for them to trudge through. Naruto stared at Sasuke. Wow, you're depressing. The hell does Sakura-chan even see in you? I ask myself the same question every day, Sasuke said with a shrug. And you're the one who started this discussion, Naruto. I'm just carrying on with the natural discourse, but I didn't mean anything like what you said, Naruto protested. You're just being a gloomy jerk. You, dumb gloomy jerk, right? Sasuke drawled. Because genuinely insightful observations are so far beyond your mental capacity, blink. Did you just insult me? Yes, Sasuke deadpanned. Yes, I did, jerk, scathing. A lull ensued in the conversation. The pair sat there on their respective hospital beds, giving each other dirty looks as the medical science machine things continued to beep and boop in that technical way things do. Naruto irritably fussed with the bandages on his right arm while Sasuke rolled his eyes and looked over at the door. He hummed quietly, wondering whether there might be anyone waiting outside, and while he didn't see any shadows in the space under the door, thinking about this did get him to recall the other two, and ponder where they might be. They hadn't seen the girls in a couple hours, since their minders had sneaked them here for another periodic checkup. Feeling the air against his bare back, Sasuke took a moment to express silent gratitude to whoever was looking out for him up there that Miss Shizune had at least not instructed them to remove their underwear as well. Still, it was a tiny bit embarrassing. He registered in the remote corner of his mind that still considered the cares and tendencies of a normal preteen boy, to be wearing this damned hospital gown. In a way, he supposed it was a good thing the girls were in a separate room. Hinata seemed uninterested in him, at least, but there was no telling how Sakura might act if she was in here with him, considering how forward some of his other fangirls had acted at times, although she did seem to have grown much more down to earth over the course of their time here. Unbidden, Sasuke mused that the girls were probably wearing hospital gowns as well. Some animal part of his hindbrain reflexively pondered for a fleeting instant what kind of underwear they might be wearing, and while he quickly dispelled any musings on the view Hinata might present, the related thoughts of Sakura were significantly more difficult to expunge. Finally he broke the silence, even if only to divert himself. Where do you suppose they're keeping Sakura and Hinata? He wondered. I don't know. The next room over, said Naruto distractedly. Why do you ask? Sasuke simply shrugged and said nothing. A slight dusting of red was visible on his cheeks. Naruto saw this, and he stared perplexedly. Musty rusty, cobwebbed wheels and cogs slowly started to squeak and turn inside his head. With a thoughtful frown, he narrowed his eyes and scratched his chin. Wait, you don't have a thing for Hinata, do you? He asked in a suspicious tone. His mouth twitched, lips moving to expose his teeth in something that was decidedly not a smile. A gleam of something slightly irrational entered his eyes. Sasuke gave Naruto a frankly bewildered look. Ha, he said. Why on earth would you? As abruptly as Naruto asked the question, the blonde then laughed and shook his head. His expression softened immediately. No, never mind, he said, chuckling amusedly to himself. That's crazy talk. You're not even interested in girls. Sasuke bristled. And what gives you that impression, Naruto? What exactly are you implying? That I'm not turning my back on you so long as I'm wearing this hospital gown? For one thing, Naruto wisecracked. And, seriously, do you even have to ask? I've never seen you give a girl the time of day. Like, ever. Only because they've all acted like mindless, squealing fangirls, Sasuke said. Maybe if I met someone with a modicum of restraint and self-respect, I might be interested. He stared into the middle distance, saying this, a light blush marginally darkening. Naruto cocked an eyebrow and watched him suspiciously. Yeah, you look like you already have someone in mind, the blonde commented, displaying an uncharacteristic level of romantic insight. Sasuke did a double take. Wah, he sputtered. No, what are you talking about? Naruto scratched his chin, narrowing his eyes in a piercing glance, with a thoughtful expression steadily turning smug. A hint of comprehension kindled behind those vulpine slits. A shit-eating grin spread across his lips, making the Uchiha grimace, and Naruto sagely nodded. Oh, so that's how it is, he said. What's how what is? Sasuke demanded, sounding a touch defensive. Naruto's eyes twinkled. Just that if it's not Hinata you're thinking about, well, then it can only be Sakura-chan, he said, looking gleefully victorious at having made this deduction. Sasuke turned as red as a tomato and coughed nervously into his fist. For a moment, he recalled the state he and Sakura had first awakened in after coming to this crazy future, and thought again despite himself of the hospital gowns they presently wore. Anxious to distract himself from these thoughts, he tried to change the subject at least a little bit. You seem far less upset to say that than I would have expected, Naruto, he observed in a not-so-smooth evasion. Didn't you have this big crush on her? Naruto shrugged, blushing and looking a hair sheepish. I think maybe I still do. A little bit, he mumbled. But she's never been interested in me, right? This the future, she's married to you, and me, I'm married to Hinata-chan, he waved a hand. I dunno, but it's made me think about some things, seeing how all this turns out. You dig? Like, what even is love really? I thought I knew, but I'm starting to think I really didn't. Sakura-chan's pretty, and it's fun to be around her, but is love something you feel right away, or something you learn to share, or something you do because you're supposed to? I can't say. We're still just kids. Heck, maybe we aren't supposed to know who we want to spend the rest of our lives with yet, and maybe I was just telling myself that I like Sakura-chan because that's what seemed like the normal thing, or because she liked you. Naruto said this last bit with a guilty expression, meeting Sasuke's eyes. Maybe I thought that if I got her to like me and not you, it'd be like I'd finally beaten you at something. He then shook his head. But that's not what love is really about, is it? That's dumb, and I'm dumb for thinking like that, but even then, somehow Hinata-chan still manages to. He blushed, trailing off with a thoughtful expression. Sasuke stared, dumbstruck. Wow, that actually sounds really mature, eh? You think so? Naruto said dubiously. Seriously, yeah. It sounds like something an adult would say somehow, huh? Maybe, Naruto shrugged, but honestly, despite all that fancy talk, a big part of it is how much Sakura-chan punches me. She does it a lot, and it really hurts. I probably shouldn't like her as much as I do, when you think about it. Yes. You're probably right, Sasuke agreed, wincing sympathetically. Well, Hinata, can you see them? With some degree of trepidation, Sakura asked the Hyuga this question. Yes, came Hinata's meek answer, the woman managing a bashful expression even with her eyes white and rimmed by bulging veins. I can see them. Well, I can't see outside this wing. It looks like they have seals to block against Daojutsu, but I can see them. Yes, her expression was frozen like a deer in headlights, and her mumbling was a cross between adorable and exasperating. Blocked against, kind of an odd wording, Sakura muttered, before shaking her head. Well, anyways, how are the boys? Do they seem okay? Why yes, Hinata stammered. They're fine. Her face was bright pink, and Sakura did not fail to notice. A light bulb went off in her head. Wait, she said. They aren't. Sakura looked down at her and Hinata's hospital gowns, these frumpy, backless, barely modest things Shizune-san had told them to wear. Her cheeks burned when the obvious point finally registered. Hinata blushed and nodded. Oh, Sakura squeaked, eyes widening considerably. Oh, I am so sorry, Hinata, and also way jealous, part of her wanted to add. Ruefully, the pinkette recalled how she had woken up in bed with Sasuke on their first day in this future, and in a repressed corner of her adolescent mind wished that she had, at the time, taken more effort to appreciate the view. It had been weird at first, but now that she had gotten used to the idea of these adult bodies, Hinata did a sort of non-committal half-shrug and deactivated her Byakugan. Quietly she stared at her feet, obviously a bit embarrassed. It's okay, she said, smiling a tad abashedly. You were just concerned about Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun, and I'm the only one who could check up on them, without leaving this room. I understand. I don't mind, but I do, exclaimed Ina Sakura. I'm the only one allowed to look at Sasuke-kun's tush. Shinero. Sakura blushed at this, as though Ina Sakura was a person standing in the room with them and those words were actual verbal speech, rather than just a moderately comedic literary device to show the contrast between the sweet, prim, girlish persona she projected and the crazed, angry, sweaty animal she really was deep down, which could itself be taken as a mild commentary on the significant gap between society's ideals and what it actually fosters. But the door to their room opened before any more half-assed philosophy could be regurgitated onto the screen, and in stepped Shizune carrying an electronic tablet thingy in her hand. Closing the door behind herself, she greeted Hinata and Sakura with a nod. Hello girls, sorry for making you wait, but I had to check up on a few other things. First, Sakura frowned a touch peevishly at this statement and crossed her arms over her chest. Her expression was basically a pout and conveyed none of the severity or authority that her face could manage. She just didn't have the experience or subtlety or menace of her adult self, and it really showed, especially in her eyes. She looked like a surly kitten despite possessing the visage of an austere tigress, and this contrast left Shizune struggling not to giggle. At the other end of the spectrum Hinata mumbled a soft greeting, clearly self-conscious and shy in her present state. even if her entire extended family basically had X-ray vision and could see through both walls and clothes, as well as many other things besides, it was still a whole other matter to have one's back actually physically exposed, especially for a person who suffered from so many problems in the realms of confidence and social anxiety. Shizune afforded Hinata a warm smile and made an effort not to show any dismay at seeing the First Lady of Konoha regress to such a state as this. What did they want us for this time, Shizune-san? Queried Sakura, in a faux courteous tone. Do you know? Of course you do. Tell us and get it over with, you old hag. We have better things to do with our time, was not said aloud, and Sakura did a good job of hiding her irritation, but there was a tension in the air nonetheless. As with any doctor visit, or any social interaction really, this was an exercise in patience and politeness, both things the pinkette was pretty good at faking. Shizune nodded, pretending not to notice the tone of irritation in Sakura's voice. It's just an obligatory physical, mostly. You girls have been doing a lot of training to overcome that chakra anemia, but we still want to check for any side effects or anomalies. Sakura smiled falsely and pointed to one of the machines to which she and Hinata were hooked. Those are new, she said lightly, making a pointed observation and framing it as a casual remark. Shizune cocked her head and looked at the machines as though noticing them for the first time, which was total bull because she had been the one to hook the girls up in the first place. Ah, so there are, she said vaguely. What are they for? Sakura inquired, more direct now in her interrogatives. Shizune pursed her lips. It's technical, very complicated. You probably wouldn't understand, she said. This much was true, but basically, they're just there to check for anomalies in your chakra. This was a partial truth. It's nothing too important, honestly. That was a lie. Hinata could tell, and so could Sakura. Neither one challenged it, however. There were more important matters to cover. Konohamaru Sarutobi was not at home in the laboratories of Konoha's Shinobi Hospital. He was a fighter, not a doctor, and if he could help it he would never set foot in places like these. Mitsuki wanted him here though, for whatever reason, and he had nothing better to do seeing as how half his team was currently pretty much under house arrest. So here he was, stiff as a board with hands securely at his sides. Konohamaru stared in ill-disguised bewilderment at a bristling array of stainless steel instruments, cutting-edge computers, and assorted tissue and fluid samples. This was not his environment. He didn't know the first thing about half this stuff, 3/4 of it. Okay, he recognized effectively nothing. That wasn't the point, though. Well, fine, it was partially the point, but primarily it was that Mitsuki looked perfectly at home among all this, even though his sensei was at a complete loss, and the young man worked like the master of a craft, ferrying samples and data sheets between stations, operating state-of-the-art machinery like it was old hat. Konohamaru couldn't help but gape a little. It was nothing less than humbling, and it made him feel so proud. The aim of any decent teacher was naturally to see their students surpass them, and right now it was clear to him just how highly skilled and specialized Mitsuki was. The young man was an elite member of Konoha's medical corps, and that made him an invaluable asset on the field. Even if he wasn't as strong a fighter as Sarada or Boruto, he was just as indispensable as they were on missions, if not even Marizo. High-level bruisers, jutsu experts, and combat specialists were a dime a dozen, so to speak. Just about any ninja could throw a punch, or swing a sword, or manipulate the intangible essences of mind and body into arcane spells and illusions capable of warping the very laws of nature. That was amateur hour in the world of shinobi. In contrast, soldiers with a baseline talent and proficiency in field medicine and the restorative arts were rare, and genuine masters of healing were priceless, one in a million treasures. It was almost impossible to find ninja with any sort of knack for Irao ninjutsu. Their tactical, strategic, and logistical value could hardly be overstated either. How did Boruto put it? Going on an A-rank mission without a medic is like running a post-endgame dungeon without a cleric, insanity at the most generous, and basically asking to get party wiped on the first floor. Konohamaru didn't understand half that lingo, but the point was still obvious. Medic nin were worth their weight in gold, and for a good reason. Soldiers with the ability to keep other soldiers fit and fighting were a godsend no matter the occasion, and the ability to minimize needless casualties was both humanitarian and pragmatically ideal. There was a reason Konoha had such a long-standing tradition of assigning at least one medic to every team, so Konohamaru respected his student, and he was as proud of Mitsuki's accomplishments in medicine as he was of Boruto and Sarada's more relatable feats as fighters. Even if he didn't understand all of it, he appreciated what the kids did, and he knew that he had taught them well. Thus he respected Mitsuki's workspace and politely, sensibly refrained from touching anything. That, and it all looked both important and expensive, and he did not feel like getting in trouble. You see anything interesting? He asked his student after this lengthy silence of waiting with slowly diminishing patience for the lad to say something. Mitsuki looked up from some kind of fancy microscope-seeming thingamajig and shrugged. Nothing that would make sense to anyone without an extensive background in radiation and theoretical physics, was his prompt and frank reply. But these chakra samples might be useful to Bolt and Serida. They think cross-referencing any anomalies here with the hyperdimensional wave patterns they've been compiling might help pin down the universe their jutsu created. A pause. Or would it be the universe their jutsu accessed? Mitsuki wondered to himself, stroking an imaginary beard. I don't know, paratemporal causality isn't my thing. I'm a doctor, I deal with biology. Konohamaru blinked. Ah yeah, he said intelligently, clearing his throat and nodding. Sure, that sounds like it could work. You didn't understand a word of that, did you? I zoned out as soon as you said nothing that would make sense, Konohamaru admitted. Mitsuki shrugged. Fair enough. Just think of it like cosmic forensics, basically. The chakra of our guests is like a shoe, and I'm essentially the quirky but charming lab technician tasked with checking the dirt in the treads for any distinctive traces of rare or region-specific chemicals, minerals, plant fibers, or junk. Zoom and enhance, he said with a chuckle, making his sensei laugh. Oh, okay, that makes sense. No, it still really doesn't. But then, things involving those two rarely ever do. Mitsuki shook his head bemusedly. Seriously, how is it that I am the most normal member of our team? Hey, I'm not that weird, Konohamaru laughingly protested. Are we pretending that I never walked in on your and Hanabi-san's hideous depravity? Then, we were having a thumb war, Konohamaru deadpanned. Exactly, you perverts make me sick, Mitsuki drawled. Seriously, what's so perverted about that? Konohamaru demanded in bewilderment. Beat. Don't you get it? Mitsuki said. You two were fingering each other. Fingering? He got a smarmy grin the second he said this, and Konohamaru twitched. Nobody with a sense of humor that awful has any right to call themselves normal, he muttered. Once again, Mitsuki shrugged. Must I bring up the fact that you also spend half your time publicly prancing around in the guise of a naked woman? That's not normal in any context. Hanabi likes it, Konohamaru reflexively sniped. Ugh, keep your sex life out of this, Mitsuki said, making a face. Konohamaru flushed scarlet. Gee, get your head out of the gutter, smartass, he said. I just meant she thinks it's funny, right? Mitsuki rolled his eyes. Funny? The same way Tamaki-san thinks it's funny when Kiba-san strips down, puts on a dog collar, and licks peanut butter from her. No, Konohamaru yelped. Sheesh, where do you even hear this stuff? Mitsuki smiled politely. You learn a lot about a man's sex life when you spend 20 minutes dislodging an ornamental dog tail plug from his. Konohamaru blanched. Okay, I get it. No need to go into graphic detail, Mitsuki smiled. That's what I thought. Red Heart. Yamato, also known as Tenzo, also known as Kano, was in a reasonably good mood as he headed back to work from his lunch break. His eyes were crinkled in a pleasant smile, and there was the slightest skip in his step. Despite everything that had happened with the Hokage and his friends and the kids lately, today was a good day for the veteran Anbu captain. It really did make his work feel a lot more rewarding just to know that there would be a beautiful, loving wife to greet him when he got home. Merely thinking about his dear Yukimi and the dimpled freckles of her bright, welcoming smile made Yamato feel twice as vibrant. She was his morning dew and midday sun, the twinkle of her eyes and the press of her lips better able to sustain him than any coffee or bento. They'd talked again the night before about trying for a kid. While such discussion might have stressed or tensed a younger man, and made other men his age worry about various matters of virility and stability, Yamato felt more than ready for a child. Some would say the two of them were far past the age to consider such things, being well into their 40s and nearing the big 50. But with medical science as good as it was and life expectancies for shinobi higher than they'd ever been before, he saw no reason why it shouldn't be possible. It was probably because he was getting past his prime that Yamato really felt the desire to have a son or daughter. He was over the hill, he'd surmounted the peak, and now he was starting to go down the other side. His body was no longer able to handle the intensive training regimens of his youth, and already he had noticed signs of slowed reflexes and flagging stamina. No amount of training could entirely forestall the inevitable march of time, and sooner or later, more likely sooner than not, Yamato would have to excuse himself from field duty as an Anbu and graduate to less intensive work as a senior administrator. That, or retire from active service altogether and live off his generous pension as a seasoned and accomplished Black Ops agent. Either way, what better time was there to think about having kids? Yes, there would be naysayers and genuine difficulties. Yamato had no illusions about what impact the nearly sleepless lifestyle of the parents of an infant would have on his aging body, and the stresses of child rearing probably would be harder on Yukimi and himself than they'd be on another, younger couple, but he felt like the potential rewards outweighed the risks, and so did Yukimi, and even if they weren't successful in conceiving, there was still plenty of reward to be found just in trying. Shallower souls might be athut at the thought of a man who showed his age as outwardly as Yamato did copulating with his wife who, while having aged a touch more gracefully with her civilian lifestyle and generally low-stress outlook, still looked much closer to 50 than 30, but he believed it was a beautiful thing the two of them shared, and she wholeheartedly concurred. So, yes, the two of them had made some very intensive love the night before, and that morning, and during his lunch break, and they had enjoyed it thoroughly, grey hairs, wrinkles, stretch marks and all. But that aside, Yamato had also had a good day in much simpler ways. He'd woken on the right side of the bed, so to speak, and it felt like there was a little ray of sunshine following him all throughout the morning. He'd felt unusually well rested and content filing the paperwork from his latest mission, and even their usual lunch had tasted extra savory. Life today just seemed especially worth living, and Yamato felt like there was nothing that could possibly ruin his mood as he headed back to Anbu HQ. So of course, he had to run into something guaranteed to make his day 100 times more complicated. "Excuse me, Yamato-san, was it?" A young sand shinobi addressed the leathery-faced campaigner, appearing from amidst the midday rush of foot traffic. "I have a letter here from Gara-sama, and I am supposed to deliver it to the Lord Seventh. Would you happen to know where I could find him?" Yamato blanched. While he had not been part of the initial briefing, as one of the highest-ranking Anbu in the village, he had still been assigned to watch over Naruto and the others numerous times over the past months. I can take it to him for you," he said in as polite a tone as he could muster despite being so knocked off balance. "No, I'm sorry, but my orders were very clear. I must deliver this directly to either Lord Naruto or his advisor." The Suna ninja gave Yamato a blandly apologetic look. "I see," Yamato said, forcing himself to smile. "Well, Hokage-sama is indisposed at present, but I can take you to Shikamaru-san." It was likely a sign of the young ninja's professionalism that they did not so much as raise an eyebrow at the word indisposed. "I see. Thank you for the assistance." Yamato nodded weakly. "Why yes, of course," he said. Inwardly, he cringed. Call it an old soldier's intuition, but Yamato had a feeling that this was going to be a mess, and he'd probably be the one who had to clean it up too. Fantastic. Hokage's office timeline be to the past clang, 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 chitter, chitter, ho ho ho. Chuckling amusedly to himself, Hiruzen turned the key protruding from the back of the toy monkey and watched as it once more banged its cymbals, then bared its teeth, clever clockwork mechanisms causing it to produce a clicking, chattering sound. The Sandame smiled at the little toy monkey dressed in miniature Hokage robes. It was a fascinating contraption, this tiny simian effigy of himself, something he had only recently stumbled across while going through some of his old things. Idly, he tried to remember how he had come into possession of it. He felt like he had a faint memory of a traveling craftsman presenting this to him as a sort of tribute, or maybe he had bought it at a festival, or had Jiraiya sent it to him in a callow jest. He could not rightly recall. Well, it wasn't like the origins of the toy particularly mattered. It was an amusing distraction either way. Chuckling to himself yet again, the third Hokage once more turned the dial. Danzo glowered. "Please don't ignore me, Hiruzen," he said, tapping fingers on the handle of his cane. "Nonsense," Hiruzen absently replied. "I'm not ignoring you, old friend. You have my full attention really." Now, Danzo eyed the toy monkey with a scowl. "You have an interesting way of showing it. If that is the case, what was I just talking about, then? Increased funding for research and development?" Hiruzen promptly replied. "No," Danzo said, his one eye twitching. "That's not even close." Hiruzen cocked an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" he wondered skeptically. "I know what I heard. You were most assuredly talking about the budget." "That is a terribly weak bluff, Lord Hokage," Danzo drawled. "Puerile mind games won't distract me from the matter at hand." Hiruzen stared at the other man. A long, pregnant silence passed between them. Danzo twitched and glared at the toy in his leader's hands. "Put down the monkey, Hiruzen." "No, thank you. I quite like the monkey," was the Hokage's response. "Put it down," Danzo repeated, a hint of steel entering his eyes. "No, damn you, Hiruzen. Put that blasted monkey down now. You can have it when you pry it from my cold, dead fingers, beat." I didn't say." "Oh, for heaven's sake, I don't want the damn thing for myself." "Well then," Hiruzen smoothly said, turning the dial again and causing the toy to once more chitter and bash its cymbals. "I don't see what our problem is, Hiruzen," Danzo softly, dangerously whispered. "Put that monkey down and look at me." "No, I'd rather not," Danzo exhaled, tensely gritting his teeth, and with some effort he tried to repress a rising urge to strangle his old friend and rival. Between Hiruzen's refusal to look him in the eye and the accursed, tinny clatter of that obnoxious noisemaker, he did not have very much success. "I swear to God, Hiruzen, either you put that monkey down, or I will murder you." "That's nice, Danzo." Clang, 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 chitter, chitter, ho ho ho, Danzo roared and snatched the toy monkey out of Hiruzen's hand, before turning and whipping that noisy Sanuva bitch as hard as he could at the nearest wall. It crashed into the wood paneling, then slid down to the floor. Once more it banged its cymbals, looking remarkably unscathed. Hiruzen gave his friend a disapproving look. "Really, Danzo? There was hardly any call for that." Danzo glared daggers at the Sandame. "Are we going to completely ignore the elephant in the room, then?" he said lowly. "I'm not sure what you mean," Hiruzen airily replied. Irritably, Danzo jabbed a finger in the direction of Naruto Uzumaki, who had spent the entire duration of their exchange quietly perusing a scroll of Jikuken Kinjutsu, forbidden space-time techniques. In other words, the old Warhawk's one visible eye twitched violently, and his teeth audibly gnashed with a painful grinding sound. "Oh, that," said Hiruzen blandly, as though he had only just remembered the boy's presence. "What about it? Why is he here?" "He can hardly take the scrolls out of the office," Hiruzen smartly answered. "Do you think this is a lending library?" Naruto looked up from one of the unfurled scrolls and cocked an eyebrow. Sardonically he said, "What? You mean it isn't? Ha, I guess that would explain the lack of library cards and junk. But then what on earth was the point of doing my sexy librarian jutsu? What would be the point of not using it whenever you have the slightest excuse?" Hiruzen said in return. Naruto laughed. Danzo glowered at both of them. "I absolutely despise you too," he said, "utterly and completely, with every last ounce of my soul." "That's nice," Hiruzen said pleasantly, smiling and clasping his hands. "Yeah, that's nice, Gramps," Naruto added cheekily. He then paused. Danzo looked ready to scream and rip his hair out by the roots. "Cafeteria timeline gamma the future, and so it has been decided that I shall pay you a visit, not as the Lord Fifth Kazakage, but as a close personal friend. I hope my presence will not overly tax you, for I do not wish to worsen your condition, whatever it may be, but I can hardly stand by and do nothing while you are ill. Look to my arrival within the next fortnight. It is only with significant reluctance that I forestall my departure by even this little, but I dare say that you more than most can understand the difficulties of arranging for any manner of personal trip as one who holds the title of Caged. Ideally, this message should reach you well at my arrival, but I understand that anything can happen on a mission. Still, I trust that no matter which ninja of my village is charged with delivery of this missive, they will do everything within their power to accomplish their task in a prompt and professional manner. Shikamaru paused, glancing up from the unfurled scroll in his hand, and looked askance at the androgynous young sand chunin whom Yamato had escorted to the cafeteria right as he and his wife were finishing up with their lunch, part of him puzzled at Gaara sending a letter by foot rather than calling or sending an email, or hell, even at least just using a proper courier ninja. Naruto might have been blacklisted by the guys, but that had never stopped them from delivering to Konoha in general. But whatever, that wasn't the point. He hummed to himself, idly eyeing the sandy-haired youth. They averted their gaze sheepishly in response, although there was no way they could have been aware of what the letter said, but then maybe they just had a general common-sense awareness of how unreasonably long it had taken them to carry this message hither. The date at the top showed that the letter had been written 15 days ago, half a month. Konoha and Suna were not nearly that far apart. Moreover, Shikamaru was not ignorant to how long a fortnight was. He looked sideways at Temari, his wife, who had just been about to part ways with him, when Yamato first showed up with this messenger in tow. She met his eyes with a knowing look, and even without reading the letter over her husband's shoulder she would have been able to guess its contents. He grimaced. When you say your brother called you the other day, Shikamaru began. 2.5 weeks, or so, Temari said, looking a touch sheepish despite herself, give or take. Honestly, I only remembered it today because I saw someone who looked just like Gaara on the way here. She pursed her lips, then, and furrowed her brow. A vein throbbed in her temple. In hindsight, it probably was him, she muttered, sounding a touch miffed. He didn't even bother to say hello though, and there's no way he didn't see me. Fuck. Shikamaru groaned. So Gaara's in the village and no one bothered to tell me. Fantastic. The sand nin looked distinctly contrite upon hearing this. Oh, my apologies, Shikamaru-sama. If I'd known the letter was that important. Temari gave the kid a disapproving look. They quailed under her stern gaze. Shikamaru sighed. Yamato, go inform Shizune-san that the esteemed Lord Kazekage has chosen to pay us a visit. Leave it up to her judgment what to do about her patients. He nodded to the Anbu captain and gave him a meaningful glance. Yamato made a good effort at biting back the weary, frustrated moan that threatened to leak out, but he couldn't quite hide the miserably damn it I knew this would happen look on his face. Then Shikamaru glanced over at his wife. His expression was half imploring and half exasperated. Temari smiled sympathetically. I'll help. See if I can't find my dear baby brother, she offered. Shikamaru looked ready to kiss her. Thank you, he said. That means I just have to contact Lord Hokage. Hopefully this news won't be too much of an unpleasant surprise to him. Shit, Kakashi miserably groaned under his breath. Inwardly he felt a new gratefulness for the mask covering his mouth. That made it a lot easier to pretend he was smiling. More loudly, next he said, hello, Kazekage-sama, what brings you here? Shikamaru and Temari looked at each other, standing outside the ajar door to the Hokage's office. In unison, they sweet-dropped well. This simplifies the first step, at least, Temari murmured. What a day, Shikamaru sighed. Gaara, the Lord 5th Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village, greeted Kakashi, the Lord 6th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, with something that might have been a delicately arched eyebrow, had he any eyebrows to arch, as well as a more readable silent stare. Looking as clean-cut and professional as he did, there was something doubly potent to his glance, and Kakashi did well to react only as much as he did. The Hokage folded his hands atop the desk and quietly matched Gaara's stare. Shikamaru and Temari hesitated outside the door. No matter how mature or experienced a person grew, there were just some things in which no sane person would want to interfere, and this was by and far one of the biggest ones. There was a limit to what discipline and willpower alone could get a person to dare. Hello, Lord 6th, Gaara said in as even a tone as ever. Please, call me Gaara. As I said in my letter, I come here not in any official capacity as the Kazekage, but simply as a friend of Naruto's. I understand he is unwell. Something shrewd and dangerously calculating glinted in turquoise eyes, but the rest of his expression betrayed nothing overall. A single bead of sweat trickled down Kakashi's brow. Ah yes, something along those lines, he said, clearing his throat and bluffing as truthfully as possible. Sakura is also under the weather, and it's taken both myself and Tsunade-sama to keep things running smoothly in Naruto's absence, so you can understand the delay in their recovery. Is their condition life-threatening? Gaara queried. I haven't heard anything from Naruto in a few months, and while by itself, that would only be mildly disconcerting as we are both very busy men, adding on the news that he has been on medical leave, well, I dare say you can understand why I might be concerned. Yes, of course, Kakashi nodded. Diplomatically he added, well it's not dangerous, per se, but it has left him and the others, less than fit to carry out their duties. It was difficult at the best of times to balance disclosure and secrecy. particularly in matters only tangentially related to the political panacea, that was security, and Gaara was both highly perceptive and a very close ally. He would need to be drunk, concussed, and unconscious not to see the signs of all the details Kakashi was omitting. Gaara narrowed his eyes infinitesimally. Unfit in what way, I wonder? Surely you don't mean to say that he is not even in the state to meet with a visitor, a friend and well-wisher, if nothing else, HRM? Well, he is rather disoriented as are the others, Kakashi said. His eyes flitted to the left as he then added, the medication they are on has some side effects. It might be difficult for them to recognize you. What is he suffering from, then? Kakashi looked Gaara straight in the eye. It's very complicated, he said. I can barely explain it myself. Can you give me a general idea? At least, Gaara asked. Even if my friend is tranquilized and barely coherent, I still wish to pay him a visit. Kakashi slowly nodded, and his eyes wandered marginally over the room. He chanced to look out the ajar door and spy the Naras eavesdropping, or at least inasmuch as anyone with their elite rank and sky-high clearance could realistically get to dropping eaves. The Rokudame's eyes crinkled in a smile. Well, your sister and brother-in-law can probably explain it better than I can. He gestured to the door, beckoning the Naras in. Shikamaru sighed. Temari cursed under her breath. Gaara turned and eyed them expectantly. Hyuga Manor Training Grounds timeline beat to the past very good. Niji ni Aizen, Hanabi-chan. Just like that. Step, pivot and jab, Hinata serenely called out to her cousin and baby sister. A calm smile adorned her face while bulging. Pearlescent Byakugan surveyed their practice from the corner of her eye. A calligraphy brush daubed with bluish gleaming black ink swept gracefully down a scroll resting on Hinata's lap. Sharp yet daintily controlled movements, minute enough that one unfamiliar with the concepts of writing or drawing might be forgiven for mistaking them as arthritic spasms, swiftly yet precisely forming the neatly flourished strokes of kanji and kana. Her text was flowery enough to betray that she was well versed in the arts of traditional calligraphy, while still being neat and simple enough to be jotted down economically and efficiently. Her writing was small but clear, and already a third of the scroll was adorned with it. Hinata hummed to herself as she wrote, secure in the knowledge that neither Neji or Hanabi would try to sneak a peek, not after the disapproving look she'd sent them last time, a maternal hidden that she had long ago perfected as the mother of two Uzumaki children, one of them a teenager. It went without saying that she had gotten extensive practice in guilting people with just a look. Neji and Hanabi moved rhythmically and methodically through gentle fist sets, the elder of the two faltering a little more frequently than the younger. Superficially that might have seemed odd, but once you understood the situation it wasn't that surprising. Niji's arms, legs, and torso were being weighed down with 5 kilograms each, after all, for a collective weight of more than 55 extra pounds. Maybe not that impressive on a set of dumbbells, but 5 kilos of constant weight on each limb as well as his core. Apply that resistance to every movement, and it represented an increasing drain on his strength and stamina over time. So he and Hanabi were going through the sets at a reasonably equal pace. More importantly, this hindrance was helping Neji build up the speed of his strikes and dodges, although he had to alternate daily between training encumbered and training unencumbered so as to maintain a tight feel and precise timing with his movements. Hinata took a moment from writing to massage her wrist, which bore a concealed weight thrice as dense as Niji's. It took her a conscious effort to hold back on compensating for the added resistance with strength-boosting chakra manipulation, but it was worth the concentration. Still, a part of her mused that this was about the extent to which her young body could be physically conditioned without having adverse effects on future growth, also probably around the same level as Lee had been at during the Chunin exams last time, though of course, at their current respective biological ages an extra year of growth could still make a world of difference, and Lee was doubtless capable of handling a third again this much weight by now, but that wasn't really important, merely a tangential musing on her part. Hinata paused for a moment, lifting her brush from the paper. A thoughtful frown creased her brow as she tried to compose the next sentences in her head. She knew what she wanted to say, more or less, and she had by now made several of the critical points quite clear. There was a bit more still to be said, though, part clarification and part tying things all together. Now she basically just needed to bring it all to its conclusion without leaving too many loose ends. She couldn't think of how to do this yet, however. Her composition was quite long, and reading through all the scrolls she had filled could easily become the work of a few days. There was probably a lot she had forgotten about. Heaven only knew how many details she had put into the text. A lot of it was fluff, filler as some might unkindly call it, pretty, but meandering fat dumped out by her pen while trying to plan the next part. Despite an extensive portfolio and modest reputation, she didn't have the habits of a professionally trained writer, and tended to fly by the seat of her pants with few if any real plans beforehand. And while this was not exclusively detrimental or without its own stylistic benefits, stream of consciousness plotting could easily drive her into a corner if she wasn't careful. whether she was writing a novel or composing a letter. It was important to Hinata too, that she got this down good and coherent now. It was a matter of pride as much as it was a matter of making sure her reader would at least get the gist of everything she was trying to say, even if they didn't appreciate all of it, and even if they didn't necessarily understand the conclusion she reached. Hinata still wanted to get all of this said and done with. Basically, writing was hard, and writer's block the coldest bitch this side of the Ice Queen. But should that even really need to be said? Sakura hummed cheerfully as she added a quick sketch and a few more notes, diagrams and explanations that would make the average person's head spin, to the contents of her scroll. It was very simplified by her standards, using language as broad and approachable as she could manage, though still only a rather well-read individual would be able to appreciate it all. Sasuke, sitting next to her, glared at his own scroll. He clutched a brush in hand, fiddling it anxiously back and forth while chewing on his lower lip. "This is tedious," he muttered. Looking sidelong at his wife, he added a touch imploringly, "Can't you do it for me, Sakura?" "Honey, I shouldn't," Sakura said. "You know what Naruto said? These are important messages, it's inane. We shouldn't have to say these things at all." Sakura silenced him with a stern look. "We have to take responsibility," she said firmly. "Even if it's not our fault, we should still be adults about the situation." "Damn it, you have a point," he sighed. "I always do," she said chippily. Sasuke stared at his paper for several moments more. His expression was blank, hand twitching. Pursing his lips, he wrote a single sentence. "Sorry about the arm." He set his brush down and surveyed his scroll, on which that sentence and only that sentence was written. Then he noticed Sakura shooting him a dirty look. "What?" he asked. "Ugh, give me that," she muttered, snatching the scroll away from her husband. "Honestly, sometimes you are just impossible, dear. I swear, if it weren't for that pretty face I wouldn't know what to do with you." Sasuke smiled a hair sheepishly. "Fair enough, but it is a very pretty face," he said. "Yes," Sakura agreed, grinning a bit wryly. "Yes, it certainly is. Turtle Island timeline gamma the future yo, Hatsun listen up. I really gotta know," rapped the bearded, aging Killer Bee without the slightest hint of irony or self-awareness, addressing his Biju in the darkness of his meditative mindscape. "What's the deal? What's going on with our buddy Naruto Jiruki?" The eight-tailed octopus bull demon Ashioni rumbled a non-committal reply. "How should I know, B? It's not as though I can read his mind, let alone from this far away." Killer Bee, seated atop his Biju pal's head inside the limitless shared metascape of their minds, stroked his beard thoughtfully, then he grinned. "Hey, telepathy, don't you know, ain't that a Biju thing? Yo, get on up and just like that, give Kurama a ring." Jiruki blinked. "Oh, that's right, I'd completely forgotten about that," he said. "Grandfather Rakudo even set up a special mental space for it in Kurama's seal, didn't he? Wow. That would have been really useful to remember back when those Otsutsuki jerks tried to abduct me. I could have warned Kurama in advance and everything." Be cocked an eyebrow and looked down at the Hachibi. Jiruki flushed. "Oh, shut up," he grumbled. "It's not like you're any better." Be laughed. Grumbling, Jiruki closed his eyes and reached out to the shared mindscape of the 9 Biju. He resonated his chakra with the matching seed of energy in Naruto's system, splitting his consciousness across time and space to interact directly with his sibling. If he had to describe the process, he'd compare it to quantum entanglement and theoretical FTL communication, except it wasn't really a theory for the Biju. Jiruki winced a bit, feeling his awareness split and double as his chakra resonated with Kurama's, as well as his own in Naruto's system. Ugh, this always gave him such a headache. "Kurama? Oi Kurama, are you there?" He thought in the direction of his brother. The 9 tails could be rather insufferable at times, but Jiruki was used to it and prepared to deal with whatever petty bitching the fox might lodge at him for disturbing his beauty sleep. "Kindly respond if you can hear me." For a moment, there was only empty quiescence. Then he perceived a belated stirring of wool, and a great piercing eye of crimson. He felt his brother's chakra twist and swell like the current of a rising tide, massive in comparison to the seed of his essence planted in that space. The air shuddered with a rumbling noise, except there was no air and no noise, it was all thought and chakra and conceptual elements. "Hachibi, how are you? No, why are you?" Kurama's visage took shape from a sea of red, the fiery essence of his soul, and Jiruki shaped his own chakra to create a representation of himself as well. He frowned perplexedly, meeting Kurama's eyes. "Don't you remember that telepathy space Grandfather Rakudo created after the fight against Kaguya?" he said. "Oh, wow, I had completely forgotten," Kurama said. He then blinked. "Wait, how do you remember that? It hasn't even happened yet in this timeline, if it will happen at all." "Wait, what?" Jiruki said. "Did you hit your head, Kairubi? And can concussions even affect us in the first place?" Kurama frowned. He eyed his brother shrewdly, lowering his ears and baring a few of his teeth. Hackles rose fractionally, just enough to betray a cautious wariness. What's the name of the fifth Reikage? He asked tersely. Jayuki said without missing a beat. No, not his title, Kurama said peevishly. His name? Now Jayuki frowned, thoroughly confused. It's Deru of course, but why do you ask? There was an extended moment of silence. What year is it? He queried. I don't know. Do we even have an established calendar or count of years? Jayuki said, humming quizzically. I have no idea, Kurama confessed, scowling and pensively scratching his muzzle. HMPH. But this is strange, he said, how you're able to talk to me like this. It seems like it's really you. It's telepathy, Jayuki said, eyeing Kurama curiously. We've had this since forever. No, Kurama said, shaking his head. I mean, since I got sent back in time with Naruto and the others, how the hell are we even talking? Jayuki went silent for a long, awkward moment. Wait, what? Back in time? He finally said after taking the time for that statement to sink in. Yes, hasn't it been a few months by now on your end? Surely people must have noticed their absence, Kurama said. Or is the flow different between timelines? Well then, I think I've just figured several things at once, Jayuki said. Damn, this is awkward. I had only been calling because B wanted me to ask about Naruto. We hadn't heard anything from him in a while, and Gaara had brought it up recently, too, which I guess really got B curious. But, thanks for caring about me, Kurama dryly snarked. But I dare say you have your explanation, then? Yes, Jayuki muttered, frowning. So I think I do. Going silent, pensive, he broke off the connection. He then opened his eyes and looked up at B. Okay, you are not going to believe this. Hokage's office timeline B to the past. I absolutely despise you too, Danzo said to Naruto and Hiruzen. Utterly and completely, with every last ounce of my soul. That's nice, Hiruzen said pleasantly, smiling and clasping his hands. Yeah, that's nice, Gramps, Naruto added cheekily. He then paused, baby blue eyes going wide as dinner plates and a ruddy complexion, paling considerably. Danzo looked ready to scream and rip his hair out by the roots. His eye was bulging from its socket and his lips were so tightly pursed it looked like he had just been sucking on a lemon. Gripping the handle of his staff with enough force to make the wood audibly crack, he took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but before he could go on a proper tirade, Naruto suddenly raised a hand to quiet him, and Danzo could only sputter disbelievingly. Naruto held a pair of fingers to his temple, slowly nodding as his expression grew more and more bewildered. Oh, wow, the blonde murmured, looking frankly astounded. Turning to face Hiruzen, he opened his mouth. Well, Kurama has just stumbled across a way to make contact with the other side. Hiruzen choked, and Danzo stared. That suddenly, said the former. Wait, who the hell is Kurama, said the latter, still looking incredibly peevish. Naruto blinked and looked at Danzo, as though suddenly realizing the man was still in the room. Okay, yeah, I might as well get this out of the way now, he said. I'm from the future, Kurama is the Nine Tails. And I think I might have just figured out a way to get us back home, or at least a way to figure out a way. Danzo gaped. He blinked once, twice, then he grabbed his chest and fainted. Shit, I think I just gave him a heart attack, Naruto said. We should probably call a doctor. Yes, we probably should, said Hiruzen. He was silent for another moment, before giving the blonde a pointed look. Oh right, Naruto said. Duh, keep forgetting we don't have phones in this time. Man, that's inconvenient. Mumbling those kinds of petty gripes to himself, he formed a shadow clone, and it darted off before the smoke was even cleared. There was another moment of silence. Naruto stood motionless. Hiruzen's eyes drifted to the toy monkey lying on the floor by the wall. It stirred as if activated by his glance. Clang, 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 chitter, chitter. Despite themselves, the two Hokage weakly chuckled. Secret ward timeline gamma the future you're serious. Shizune stared in dismay at Yamato, walking through the hospital hallway. She held a clipboard close to her chest, eyes wide and lips drawn back in something like a weak grimace. Distractedly, she brushed a loose strand of hair out of her face. Indeed I am, said Yamato wearily, sighing as he met Shizune's gaze. He's here to see the Lord Seventh, and I dare say he won't take no for an answer, dear me. That's kind of a problem. Shizune bit her lip and looked anxiously around. Isn't it? Though Yamato agreed. If this becomes any more of a mess than it already is, I just know we're the ones who will have to clean it up. Yes, we usually are, Shizune mused, looking ruefully up at the blaring fluorescent lights. Ugh. Well, maybe this will all work out fine, with no trouble or complications whatsoever, and maybe Tonton will sprout wings and fly, Yamato sourly replied. Shizune sighed. No, it really isn't likely, she conceded. But a woman can hope, can't she? True, fair enough, Yamato said. Maybe you actually will get married one day. Shizune punched him on the arm, scowling darkly. That was uncalled for. She gave him a black look, pursing her lips. What's gotten into you? You're being kind of a jerk today, Yamato-san. I'm in a bad mood, he said with a shrug. This business smells ripe, and it looks ready to blow up on us at any second now. And like I said before, we're usually the ones getting stuck on figurative custodial duty. When it hits the fan, we'll be the ones getting it in our faces. Is that what you're saying, basically? Really makes a good day feel rotten, doesn't it? Shizune glowered at nothing in particular, her expression darkening. Yeah, it really does, beat, and for your information, I happen to be seeing a very nice man, she added with a sniff, giving Yamato a scornful look. He's quite handsome and well-to-do, and he seems very taken with me. Who is it? Yamato blandly inquired. Why, you wouldn't know him, Shizune mumbled, clearing her throat. He lives in our country. We exchange emails quite often. I can't show you though, they're all prettier, steamy. Really? Yamato said. This man wouldn't happen to reside in a dating simulator, would he? Shizune glared. There's nothing wrong with that, she said a touch defensively. Aha. Sure, Yamato said, nodding. Whatever you say. I won't judge. Shizune shoved him. Oh, shut up. Let's just go prepare the patients, she said. Prepare them for what? Yamato and Shizune gave a start at the new voice coming from behind them. Realizing that they were no longer alone, they spun on a dime, turning around to face the speaker, and beheld the Lord Fifth Kazakage standing right before them. Turquoise eyes were rimmed with dark rings, a cosmetic remnant of his youth, and in the area of his left temple was tattooed the kanji for love. He wore the kind of natural poker face that would send pro gamblers running for the hills, hearts loudly hammering in their breasts. Shizune and Yamato stared at Gaara. A tense silence reigned over the trio for several lengthy seconds. Temari and Shikamaru then came jogging down the hall from behind Gaara, huffing and redder in the face than they ought to have been as elite ninja. The woman and her husband were visibly a mix of flustered, frustrated, sheepish, and peevish. Yamato felt a little bit of schadenfreude in seeing the pair running after the Kazakage like a couple of common aides, but only a little. He was a nice guy after all. This is the wing where Naruto is being held, right? Gaara said, looking at Shizune, put on the spot, and still a tad frazzled from the man's sudden appearance. The dark-haired medic froze for just a moment. She recovered with admirable speed though, and plastered a professionally pleasant grin across her face. Yes it is, Kazakage-sama, she answered. But please don't spread it around. We keep this ward hidden for a reason, Temari grimaced. Yeah, Shizune. Gaara wasn't actually, given the authorization to come back here, yet, she said. He just ran off from us when we got halfway to the hospital, and now that I think about it, how did he even find this ward so quickly? Sakura-san showed Kankuro and myself where it was back when you were in labor with Shikade, Gaara said in matter-of-fact tone. He cocked his head, looking quizzically at his big sister. Don't you remember? You are severely underestimating how many drugs they had me on, Temari reflexively answered. No way in hell was I going to give a natural birth, not when I had access to state-of-the-art medicine and first-rate care from Konoha's finest professionals. I don't remember much from that day either, Shikamaru added with a shrug. Childbirth might be a beautiful thing in an abstract, moral sense, but everything between her water breaking and cutting the umbilical cord was a frantic, sweaty, gory blur. I'd like to keep it that way, Gaara pouted. Well, we were there, he said, and that's how I knew where to find the secret ward. Say, why did Temari have to give birth in here, anyway? Yamato wondered aloud. Politics, Shizune promptly replied. That, Temari said, and a vocal minority of stubborn, xenophobic jackasses. Oh, that makes sense, Yamato said, and considering that the initial inspiration for the creation of the ward had come from a comment Naruto made to Sakura after the war about the circumstances of his mother's death, it really did. Another pregnant pause followed. Shizune looked around at the other four, bit her lip, and sighed. With an air of slight reluctance, she gestured for Gaara and company to follow her. Shikamaru looked like he was itching for a smoke, and Temari was clearly forcing herself to smile, still miffed by her baby brother's earlier rudeness. "You're here to see Naruto, of course, isn't that right?" Shizune remarked, looking over her shoulder at Gaara. It was an easy deduction to make, really, hardly the makings of a mystery drama. He wouldn't have come all this way for anyone but family or Naruto, and the Naras were all healthy as horses, or deer, or horse deer. B. Barker. "Yes," Gaara redundantly said, as though Shizune's reckoning needed any confirmation. She nodded and absent-mindedly double-checked her clipboard. "Right. This way then. Follow me." Yamato, Temari, Shikamaru, and Gaara did as Shizune said and followed her led through the secret ward. It wasn't long at all before she stopped, standing outside a door with the nameplates, Uchiha, Naruto. Shizune knocked once, waiting for a reply. An impatient curse reached her ears. Shaking her head and smiling in mild exasperation, she turned the handle and ushered the others inside. Gaara was the first one through the door, followed by Shikamaru and Temari, then Yamato, and Shizune brought up the rear. The Lord Fifth Kazekage looked at the two hospital beds standing side by side in the room, the nearer one holding Sasuke and the further holding Naruto. Both men looked relatively well, if peevish, lying in the beds. They were hooked up with enough tubes and wires to star in the robotic equivalent of a tentacle hentai, though, and the beeping of monitors and machines lent the scene a peculiarly ominous medical atmosphere. Naruto and Sasuke stared at the five visitors. Suddenly, the room seemed terribly crowded. The blonde looked at Gaara and frowned. "Who the hell are you?" Gaara stared with a twinge of visible worry, his stoic expression slowly falling away into concern, before abandoning all pretenses and hurrying to Naruto's side. "Oh, goodness," he whispered. "It's even worse than I thought. Naruto, how long do you have left?" This was a dumb question brought on by panic and needless care, a spurious assumption based on percolating fears and superficial details overwhelming an otherwise very calm and rational mind. Normally Gaara would have been able to take one look at the scene and tell that Naruto was just fine, physically, at least, under all the wires and junk, but emotional investment could make people act terribly irrational, and there were rather few individuals about whom Gaara cared as deeply as Naruto. His lover, his family, his village, those were the only things Gaara placed as highly in care and esteem as he did the Lord's seventh Hokage, and in some ways the blonde superseded at least one or two of those. Plus underneath the stoic intensity and unreadable expression, the Kazekage was secretly an awkward dork. So when he saw Naruto lying on a hospital bed and hooked up to like 100 different tubes and wires, possibly a slight exaggeration, he naturally freaked out and jumped to a few hasty conclusions. That was only natural, because humans are dumb and irrational creatures deep down. Naruto, at Gaara's words, went from blankly staring to blinking once, twice, thrice. His eyebrows rose into his hairline. Shizune Bachan, we're dying, Naruto exclaimed, whipping his head around to look at the woman, whose eye was twitching at being called Bachan. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" "No, Naruto, you're not DYI, she began to say, only to be cut off by Sasuke. "Oh yeah, you're dying all right. A terminal case of ignoramus syndrome, from the looks of it," the Uchiha deadpanned. Shizune shot Sasuke a black look, before she cleared her throat. "No, Naruto, you're not. Is there a cure?" The blonde shamelessly blubbered, tears pouring down his whiskered cheeks like twin waterfalls. "Like I said," Shizune vexedly interjected. Does he need a blood transfusion?" "An organ transplant?" Gaara asked, now looking determined. "I'll do whatever it takes to save him," Shizune snapped. POW, bop, wham. Naruto and Sasuke sported brand new, matching, throbbing hematoma. Gaara was bemused, a few grains of sand trickling down from a superficial crack in the sand armor on the top of his head. Shizune Winston shook a red, stinging hand. "Ow ow," she whimpered, feeling like she had just punched a brick wall without using any chakra reinforcement. Snappily, she then hissed, "He's not dying." Naruto blinked. "Oh," he said. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Gaara blushed underneath a concrete carapace of hardened silica granules. "Oh," he said, awkwardly clearing his throat. Shizune glared. Konoha Kumo Biju telepathy space, error. Value unknown. Both. Neither. N.A. Killaby held his cell phone up as high as he could reach, precariously balancing himself on an outstretched chakra tentacle atop the highest peak he could find. The reflective outer surface of his sunglasses gleamed in the light and his face was screwed into a look of concentration as tiny, barely visible sparks of electricity danced over his fingers. "Yo Naruto, what do you know? You say I gotta call your son, but what if that boy is busy? Yo, say, tap in his girl's tight buns." Linked through telepathy with his sibling, Jayuki tried not to groan as he relayed his Jinchuriki's message to Kurama. The Nine Tails sniggered at the embarrassment clear in his siblings' pitch and hue as the Eight Tails conveyed B's query, with the utmost reluctance communicating it verbatim to the infuriating fox. Kurama repeated the message to Naruto with mirthful relish, greatly enjoying the surge of beflasterment he felt from the blonde in response to the mental image of his son quote-unquote tapping any part of Sasuke's daughter, let alone in such a ribald manner as B's question suggested. Blushing hotly, the adult Naruto coughed into his 13-year-old fist and looked down at the scroll he'd been writing in. He absent-mindedly checked to make sure the language was clear and simple, using as few complicated kanji or technical terms as possible. After a moment, the part of his brain paying attention to this made him nod, before he cleared his throat and spoke. If he wants to tap anything of anyone before the age of 30, then he'd better answer, Naruto said sternly. I already worked out with Sakura how to route the call through my number, and you've got her instructions memorized. I don't care if I'm not personally there, Bolt will answer that call, or I will find a way to lecture him across space and time, in their telepathy zone. Kurama looked at Jayuki for a long moment. Kurama shrugged. Just do like we agreed, he blithely said. Jayuki squinted at Kurama. You are paraphrasing him rather severely, aren't you, he guessed. The Nine Tails did not dignify this with a response. Sighing, Jayuki thought at his partner. We've already worked out the plan. If the boy doesn't answer, we'll figure something else out. B frowned, then shrugged. All right, buddy, I've got a signal now. Just gotta call him up and tell him what and how. His thumb tapped a rapid sequence of numbers and symbols on the touchscreen interface of his phone. After a few seconds of input, the phone began to ring. B held it up to his ear. Thrice it rang, 3 times it rang, and thrice it went unanswered. 3 times it rang, thrice it rang, and on the 4th ring, it was answered. Mentally, B wondered if he could work those lyrics into something. Hello, came a hoarse, raspy voice, very much unlike what B remembered of Naruto's son. Who the hell are you? I know my dad's in no state to be working a phone, keeping in mind the message Naruto had conveyed to him, and struggling against reflex to not make it rhyme or rap. Killer B spoke into his phone's receiver. The shitty old man says, you're grounded. Bolt. There was a lengthy silence on the other end of the line. Old man B. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Space-time don't mean shit when you got a Biju by your side. B rapped into the phone. Telepathy will seek us out. Ain't nowhere we can hide. What? Jayuki patiently conveyed this exchange to Kurama. Kurama, in turn, flippantly said to Naruto, you can probably guess how it's going. Naruto swore, before running a hand through his hair. Shit, is that good or bad? He bleakly wondered. Killer B is our only realistic hope of making contact with the others in our home timeline, Kurama snarked. You tell me if that's good or bad. Kurama took this silence as his cue and sarcastically asked Jayuki, so, how goes the impossible plan so crazy that it can only succeed? Boruto hasn't hung up, at least, Jayuki replied. That's some good news, and B, he's being B. Secret lab, Hokage Tower timeline Gamma. The future Sarada stared bemusedly at her boyfriend, partner as he argued with someone on his cell phone. Boruto sounded very exasperated as he asked the caller several times for verification of this or that. She could figure out, from listening to Boruto's end of the conversation, that the person he spoke to was the venerable, or at least aging Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and that somehow their discussion had something to do with his father. She hadn't quite been paying attention at first when he answered the phone, but when she heard him groan and tiredly ask the caller to repeat whatever they had just said without wrapping it, please and thank you, she found herself getting intrigued. Thus she watched and listened with perked ears and arched eyebrows as Boruto spoke on the phone. Okay, can you tell him I've been working on identifying potential coordinates? I've been able to narrow it down to a dozen or so. Well, yes, Sarada's been helping out a lot too. A paused. Boruto's face went beet red. No, I have not been, tapping that. He mumbled into the phone, low enough that Sarada reckoned he was trying, if failing, to keep these particular words inaudible to her. And even if I was, it would be really rude of me to just discuss it with anyone who asked. Sarada sighed, thinking ruefully of how little private time she and Bolt had been able to get in the past couple months. She very much would have liked to be able to brag about tapping that, a part of her thought as her eyes wandered down Boruto's back, but unfortunately, they'd been so busy working on this that they really hadn't been able to make any time, not for lack of trying either. Please don't, Boruto said on the phone. I'm sure your song is lovely, but if you're in contact with him, we really should focus on this, that is, figuring out how to reverse that whole mess. You know what user match irons are, right? We've been using those 2 A pause, what do you mean? You've never heard of them? They are an elementary particle crucial to explaining the pseudo-material properties of chakra at high densities. Without them Biju would be intangible and invisible, and like half of all jutsu in existence just wouldn't even work. Another, longer pause. Seriously, this was published in all the respected scientific journals last year, you know. All those articles about Boruto Uzumaki, the genius wunderkind, who single-handedly hypothesized, observed, and proved the existence of these aforementioned Uzumachians. A beat. Yet another paused. Bolt coughed, okay, yes, I suppose I might have, done an interview for Plaininja Publishing as well. Cloud Village Cuties is owned by them, right? The blonde looked askance at Sarada, who looked away and pretended to still be working on the computer. Covering his mouth, Boruto then whispered into the phone, his voice, just low enough that Sarada would have missed it if she hadn't actually been paying the utmost attention. Well actually, I've always been more partial to hidden mist hotties, myself. Sarada resisted the urge to giggle and snort at how secretively Boruto said this, as if she didn't know about his secret porn stash, and as if he didn't know about her secret porn stash, or the real person/fiction about him and Mitsuki. But that was another matter altogether. Yeah, that's basically it, a bit simplified, but it seems you do get the gist of what we're doing, at least. He paused for a few seconds. What do you mean? You don't? How could it be any more obvious how this should work? Ugh, okay, I guess you're not really trained in advanced physics, but can you at least tell our dads to channel their chakra? Sarada perked up at this. Again, another mention of Lord Seventh, and this time her own father as well. This was curious, and Sarada could not help but idly wonder for just a moment if Bolt was somehow talking about his actual dad, and not the scrappy loudmouth of a twerp who'd replaced him. But that couldn't possibly be the case, she told herself, could it? Look, we have the machine right here. I can turn it on now and fire at each of the possible space-time coordinates. If all of them work together we can at least figure out when and where the hell they are. Sarada frowned. Okay, what the hell? There was no way this could be interpreted in any other way, yet there was no way that he could actually have any means to do what his words were suggesting. Not unless. No, Sarada could think of no unless. Frowning, she went over to the device in the center of the lab and fiddled with the holographic input, absently aligning it to one of the suspect coordinates. It charged for a moment, glowing brighter and brighter, before anticlimactically dimming. Boruto looked up from the phone, startled. Sarada, what are you? She ignored him and headed over at one of the monitors, tapping out a few commands and scrolling through the feedback. Her eyebrows rose into her hairline. This reading was, Sarada. She headed back over to the device, aligning it to another set of coordinates. Again it charged before silently, motionlessly firing, and again Sarada went over to the computer. The readings she saw this time were much more normal. Hello Sarada, are you on autopilot or something? Boruto asked, sounding somewhere between concerned and confused. Again, she ignored him, going back to the device. This time she cleared the coordinates, aiming it just outside of the solar system. For a third time it glowed, then dimmed. The monitor's display brought up a command prompt, and Sarada went over to type a command in. It flickered, before showing a pattern that was almost eerily familiar. At last, she turned to Boruto and spoke. Belay that order, Private, she said in a mock professional voice. I've found the timeline we were looking for. Smiling, she pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. Your dad contacted Bisan through the Biju telepathy, didn't he? Bolt blinked. Yeah, how did you know? I listened, Sarada quipped. I thought, and then I acted. The Biju were all originally part of the same being, so of course they would resonate with their true counterparts, and not necessarily the counterparts sharing their present coordinates. Right? Boruto's eyes widened. He grinned from ear to ear in realization. Of course, he said. A colossus astride the shores of time. Jayuki and Kurima's chakra together comprised nearly half of the Jubi's power, according to Mum and Dad. Something that big would surely be enough to partially synchronize the two disparate timelines, at least for as long as they're resonating together. Sarada, you're a genius, she blushed, returning his grin with interest. You're exaggerating, she said modestly, though she clearly enjoyed the praise. No, seriously, babe, this is perfect. We know which coordinates our parents are at, Boruto said insistently. We have contact with my dad, and we can tell him which jutsu we used. This is it. This is the breakthrough we needed. We have all of the pieces at our disposal to fix this mess. It's only a matter of time now. He laughed and bounded forward, throwing his arms around Sarada. Beaming, she kissed him, and then she grabbed the phone. Tell Lord Seventh to get the others together, she told B. Call us again when they're ready. We finally have definitive progress to report. She hung up the phone. Boruto laughed and gleefully returned her previous kiss. Hidden Leaf Village Timeline B to the past Konohagakure, no Sato quivered along a fourth-dimensional axis, time wrinkling around the bustling city-state. The village shuddered from its deepest foundations to its highest towers, vibrating in response to an unfathomable sort of power emanating from its heart. It was like an earthquake, and yet none of the citizens noticed. This motion was not spatial, but temporal. Birds slowed to a standstill in midair, the flapping of their wings coming to a halt. Joggers began to move in reverse, going backwards up the village's roots. Flowers blossomed and then withered within mere moments. The sun flickered in the sky, moving to the eastern and western horizons in a dizzying oscillation, before finally settling into its zenith. After this turbulence and weirdness, time began to flow normally. The vast majority of Konoha's citizens kenned nothing of the occurrences described in the last few paragraphs, neither seeing nor feeling the oddity of it all. Ordinary humans could perceive only a linear progression of time, and if its flow seemed to slow or quicken they could easily attribute it to a trick of their own minds. Even in Hokage Tower, in the Sandame's office at the very epicenter of this event, it was not directly observed. Theoretically they were aware of what would happen, but only one of their number was equipped to witness even the shadow of this hypothetical motion. Naruto knelt before a sprawling seal array. His hands were clasped in a complex mudra, and his face was screwed up in a look of concentration. Arcane script and runic lettering glittered and gleamed as the flow of chakra within the Fuinjutsu circuit reached a sustainable equilibrium. "Well, Sasuke said, how does it look?" The Uchiha was too busy puking into the Hokage's wastebasket to answer. Sakura, at the same time, was rubbing her husband's in an attempt to alleviate some of his discomfort. A sympathetic smile adorned her lips. "You feeling okay, sweetie?" the pinkette gently inquired. "Stop the world, I want to get off," Sasuke weakly mumbled in response, distinctly green around the gills. Hinata looked from her husband to Sasuke, humming thoughtfully. "That must have been a very disorienting sight to lay you out like that, Sasuke-san," she remarked. "I don't doubt it," said Naruto blithely. "Fuck you," Sasuke grunted, glaring at the blonde in a rare show of overt displeasure. He coughed. "Fuck you, fuck time, and fuck our kids. Sarada is so grounded when we get home. Ugh. You didn't see any turbulence then? If you think this'll be enough to get us home, have they seen any on their side?" Sasuke retorted. Naruto cocked his head and hummed. "Kurama says yes," he answered. "Is that verbatim, dear, or did he paraphrase them again?" Hinata wondered. "He says no," Naruto said. I'm not sure which one too." Reassuring, Sakura deadpanned. Sasuke finally stood back up, after wiping his mouth on the sleeve of his shirt and giving the Sandame a mildly apologetic look. He turned to face Naruto and glanced at the sprawling, glowing jutsu formula over which the blonde was crouched. He scanned the swirling eddies of chakra in a dizzyingly complex seal the likes of which only an honest-to-goodness Uzumaki could have devised. It was an impressive sight, probably among the top 3 most subtle and intricate seals he had ever seen, and somewhere someone, an identical seal was being charged up by their friends and family. Sasuke closed his right eye and pushed his bangs away from the left one. He felt the floor give way under his feet and saw ripples in the fabric of space-time, threads of probability spooling together into a singular cord that stretched out into the infinite void beyond the boundaries of perceived reality. Naruto pushed a little more chakra into the jutsu formula, and Sasuke watched as everything the laypeople thought they knew about time was offhandedly defenestrated. Everything he could see visibly lurched, and Sasuke stumbled as surely as a landlubber on a stormy sea when another slight timequake ensued. "I hate this," he groaned, clapping a hand over his mouth as cheeks turned green once again. "It's a necessary discomfort," Hinata said. "Once we're back home, I am sure you will be able to sleep it off. Not if Kakashi-sensei has anything to say about it, I bet," Sakura wryly muttered. "They've probably been run ragged without us around, heh." "That's a lot closer to the truth than you might think," Naruto said. "At least, if what Kurama says, Jayuki says, B says, Boruto says, Sarada says, is any indication." Sasuke stared into the distance for a moment, before swearing. "Christ," he moaned. "I just realized we're betting our lives on a game of Chinese telephone, a beat, comma, what's a Chinese?" wondered Hinata. "Or a Christ," added Sakura. "It's kind of a long story," Sasuke said. "Not really that important." Sakura quirked an eyebrow at him. He blushed and looked away. "Well," Naruto interjected, "it looks like preparations are nearly done on their end. Is there anything you still need to do before we go home, besides marveling at how quickly things seem to be moving after almost a year or so of aimlessly puttering about?" Sakura said. "No, I don't think so, Hinata," Naruto asked. "Nothing that can be done in your present body, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied with an eager glint in her eye. "It has been far too long." Naruto's face reddened, and he coughed sheepishly. "All right," he said. His gaze grew distant, and he smiled a hair dreamily. "You're beautiful no matter how you look, darling, but I have to admit, I am very eager to get reacquainted with the girls. He glanced south of his wife's neck for a moment. Hinata smiled knowingly and clasped her hands over her chest. I dare say they'll be glad to catch up with you as well, she said sweetly. Sakura grinned rakishly. Yeah, I agree, she said. I am so excited to finally have a real pair of tits again. And for Sasuke's dick to actually, okay, no need to go into detail, honey. Sasuke hastily interrupted, his face beat red. Let's just get this over with, huh? It's weird having 2 arms again. I feel dirty. Grimacing, he raised a bandage-covered left hand and moved it in an awkward wave. Don't be such a baby, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Sure, it's a little funky at first, but having a prosthetic arm isn't that bad. It's better than having no arm, at any rate. I politely disagree, Sasuke sniffed. Secret lab timeline Gamma the future. Well, Sarada, you ready? Said Boruto, looking a tad anxiously at his partner and girlfriend. As I'll ever be, Sarada bleakly replied. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura sat to one side of the room. Mitsuki and Konohamaru were on another side. Kakashi, Gaara, Temari, Shikamaru, Shizune, and Yamato filled out the rest of the room. Himori was presently in school, so Gaara said, time travel was it, and you didn't bother to inform me. I would have gladly assisted, you know. He gave his sister and brother-in-law a disappointed look. Yeah, okay, that one's on me, Shikamaru conceded, coughing into a fist. I helped, Temari insisted, giving her husband a hard stare. Where's Tsunade? Kakashi wondered. Covering Sakura's shift at the hospital, said Shizune. It's so crowded in here, Yamato muttered. Tell me about it, sighed Konohamaru. Do you two need any help, Bolt? Sarada, Mitsuki queried. Naruto absently squeezed Hinata's hand. She blushed a fluorescent crimson hue. Sasuke stood an inch or two closer to Sakura than to the others, and she smiled thoughtfully. All right, said Sarada, holding a cell phone to her ear. We're ready. Boruto nodded as if affirming her statement. He brought his hands up into a seal. They're ready, Hatsun. Let's get it on, be wrapped. That sounds so wrong, Jayuki thought. The 8 tails then addressed his sibling in their mind space. They're ready, Kurama. It's about to start. Finally, muttered the Kairubi. This was getting more than a little old. Hokage's office timeline be to the past, yo. Naruto, it's time. Kurama said this to his Jinchuriki. Okay. The blonde nodded and looked at his wife and teammates. You ready, guys? We're about to see some serious shit. Hold on to your butts, Sakura quipped, eyes flitting appreciatively down the backs of the other 3. How does the jutsu go again? Hinata wondered aloud. It was something like this, I think, said Sasuke, weaving a few seals. Naruto and Sakura nodded before joining in. Seijin, said Naruto. Hitsuji, Saru, Ni, Tori, Inu, Ram, Monkey, Rat, Bird, Dog, Koshin, said Sakura. Me, Tori, I, Ni, Saru, Snake, Bird, Boar, Rat, Monkey, Jiken, said Sasuke. Hitsuji, Yu, Tatsu, Uma, Tatsu, Ram, Hare, Dragon, Horse, Dragon, Moashi, said Hinata. Uma, Yu, me, Inu, me, Horse, Hare, Snake, Dog, Snake, Secret Lab Timeline Gamma the Future Saru, Tatsu, Ni, Tori, me, Ashi, Inu, Uma, Tora, I, Hitsuji, Yu Monkey, Dragon, Rat, Bird, Snake, Ox, Dog, Horse, Tiger, Boar, Ram, Hare, no Jutsu, chimed Boruto and Sarada. Beat. For a moment, everything stood absolutely still. All heat, all motion, all time froze in a singularity as heavy as the very planet itself. The air was molasses, the sun's rays like daggers of ice, and the heart of Konoha was perfectly silent. A pin dropped. Energy was equal to the value of mass multiplied by the speed of light to the second power. Within every atom lay a world of potential, all matter capable of conversion into pure heat and motion. Potential realized, bonds severed, substance obliterated. Power was loosed in the most devastating expression conceivable. There was a flash of light, a booming sound, and heat, heat, heat. To say Konoha was leveled would be a gross understatement. It was completely annihilated, all matter within it converted directly into energy. This was no fission cascade, no atomic detonation. This was instantaneous and absolute destruction, akin to a matter-antimatter reaction. The explosion was bright enough to eclipse the sun, its sound a shockwave that leveled everything short of mountains out to the most distant horizon. Earth buckled and cracked, the crust splitting open with a deep rupture, the crater from this blast enough to expose the planet's liquid mantle. Lava flowed up and out like blood from a stab wound, spilling over the land. Dust and smoke and ash rose in a mushroom cloud vast enough to blot out the sky, thick enough to linger for many years, black enough to cast a midnight gloom over the elemental nations. An ice age would come, a winter to last for 7 years to the 7th power. The world was irrevocably changed, a blow which could very well spell the end of the shinobi era, if not all of humanity. It was an event comparable to, nay, exceeding that which killed off the dinosaurs, a global catastrophe that would change the face of the very earth itself. This was one way their attempt to reverse the time travel could go, and in accordance with multiverse theory this was undoubtedly one of the ways that it did go in a great number of divergent timelines. Every action brought another fork in the path, and every possible result played out simultaneously. The world could be destroyed, time could be unraveled and reduced to a single point, the universe could be wiped clean in a hard reset of causality. The two disparate timelines could be mashed back together with adult and child minds inhabiting the same bodies, and nothing could happen at all. All of this, and every other conceivable outcome, would and did happen in at least one timeline, but thanks to a mix of quantum immortality, anthropic principle, and plain old narrative bias, for the sake of this tale we shall follow our heroes into the one outcome where they succeeded, the one outcome where they came home. It was disorientingly anticlimactic. When the jutsu took effect there were no theatrics, no smoke or flashes of light, there was no transitory stage, no acid trip hallucinations, no swirling tunnel of clocks and hourglasses. Like Hiration, it was simply instantaneous. One moment, they were tweens with small, if well-conditioned bodies and childish proportions. The boys had nothing especially significant between their legs, no exceptional tone or definition to their muscles. The girls had busts of no impressive size. Well, Hinata was hardly flat, but the difference between her 13-year-old self and her 30-odd-year-old self was still bigger than Sakura's, and their hips were, the hips of preteens. Physically, the four of them were little more than kids, at least until they suddenly weren't. The transition was so abrupt that Naruto nearly fell flat on his face. His eyes went wide as he listed backwards in a body bigger and taller than the one to which he had grown accustomed. His conscious mind reeled at the sudden changes in proprioception and his center of gravity. An elite shinobi's reflexes let him catch himself and correct his balance before he could actually fall, naturally, but it was still a terribly close call. Hinata, abandoning her usual demure subtlety, threw her arms around her husband and kissed him deeply. The moment she realized they were back, baby, she revealed in the feeling of his hard, firm, manxome body beside hers and snatched an eager feel off of his backside. Damn, she had almost forgotten how good this felt. Something pressed against her leg, and Hinata's heart leaped. She could have wept for joy. At the same time as this, Sakura was, greeting a pair of sorely missed old friends. She squeezed them tearfully, holding them tight to her sternum. I missed you so much, and oh man, I am so happy to see you too. And have you gotten bigger, or is it just me? And other such sentiments spilled from her mouth as she stroked and fondled the duo. She sniffled and even sobbed a little, so happy for this reunion. Most of the room's occupants averted their eyes, politely ignoring Mrs. Uchiha as she welcomed her boobs home. Sasuke gave his wife a smile and a squeeze on the shoulder, seeing her tearfully happy expression as she looked from her chest to their daughter, to their friends and comrades. He then turned and walked up to Sarada, who stood stock still and stared at him. She was visibly tense, clearly glad, but also anxious to see her father, her true, unmistakable father, restored back to the person he should be. Riley, Sasuke poked the bespectacled young woman on the forehead. You know, I should really ground you for this, he intoned. Sarada smiled apologetically and let out a nervous laugh. Her cheeks were pink, and her eyes flickered over her parents' forms. She fidgeted, toeing the floor and fiddling with her fingers. So you guys know how, she said. That it was, we figured it out a while ago. Yes, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. You two are usually at the center of messes like this. Sarada blushed and looked over at Boruto, who seemed very uncomfortable as his parents kissed before a room full of spectators. She then met her father's eyes and quirked her lips in a sign of something not unlike contrition. You really should ground me, huh? She murmured, not so much a question or a statement, but rather simply a series of words which flowed out of her mouth with no real meaning or intent behind them. Aha, Sasuke said. I should, but I don't think I will. Smiling softly, he pulled his daughter into a one-armed hug and squeezed. Sarada squeaked and blushed, abashed but grateful, and returned the gesture, with only a little hesitation. Sakura came over and joined in a moment later, beaming happily and throwing her arms around her favorite man and favorite girl in the whole wide world. So what have we missed? She cheerfully inquired, giving her precious darling baby a grin. Less than you'd expect, Sarada said, shrugging. Honestly, I think the only thing of note might be the fact that we're all several months older, and I suppose that could be rather depressing if you really thought about it, but I'd rather not dwell on the subject. Sasuke and Sakura shrugged and waved this off. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata had finally managed to pull themselves away from each other long enough to actually greet their son. Where's my sweet little sunflower? Was the first thing Naruto said, looking around the room curiously. Boruto twitched. She's at school, Dad, he said. Naruto pouted at this. It's nice to see you again, dear, Hinata said in turn, giving Bolt a motherly hug. He blushed, but endured it, and was secretly glad for the embrace. Yeah, sorry about this whole mess, Boruto said apologetically. There's really no excuse, but we wanted to know what you guys were like when you were younger, and well, I can understand that, Naruto said, giving him a pat on the shoulder. And don't worry, apart from the whole no sex thing, it was honestly a nice little vacation. Am I still, grounded, then? Boruto tentatively wondered. Nah, Naruto said, grinning toothily. I think your mother can take care of your punishment this time. Boruto rapidly paled. I think I'd rather be grounded, please, Hinata smiled. It was all teeth. Too bad. Getting back into the flow of things was easier than might be expected after such a lengthy absence. Time could change much, but humans were creatures of habit and routine, and bureaucracy was an immutable, plodding juggernaut. Sakura returned to her duties in the hospital, both as a doctor and administrator. Hinata reclaimed her role as sole matron and caregiver of the Uzumaki household. Sasuke took on a slew of missions, completing them with a truly effortless aplomb. Naruto sat once more in the seat of Hokage, commander-in-chief of Konohagakure. Despite everything which had happened as a result of that time travel fiasco, there was no force in the world so formidable as the sheer mundanity of a working adult's routine. Gainful employment was a thing which fed upon itself like an Ouroboros of pure boredom, bull-headed lemmings clinging to any rock they could find in the waters of an uncertain economy. People would do whatever they could to ensure the continuation of normalcy. There were speed bumps along the way, of course, small changes here or there which tripped the quartet up in little ways. Naruto had to learn a handful of updated information security measures, forced by Shikamaru to memorize a truly nightmarish assortment of mind-bogglingly complex new passwords and encryptions. Sakura needed to study up on a few changes in administrative procedure in the hospital, as well as a handful of experimental drugs and medical techniques developed in the interim. Hinata and Sasuke had fewer troubles in that regard, while Naruto and Sakura were entwined with the black, icy heart of Konoha's bureaucracy. The two doujutsu wielders had been smart enough to avoid going that route with their careers. Sasuke was a field operative, while Hinata was a stay-at-home mum. Procedural minutiae and legal mumbo-jumbo were not nearly so important to them, and for this they were greatly envied by their respective spouses. But the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. No matter what happened, status quo was an immortal god enthroned on a hill of skulls, drinking the blood of virgins from a chalice of razor-faceted obsidian. Many brave fools had tried to slay it, but it was not something you could fell. Only time could change the norm, and not nearly so much time had passed. Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke resumed their duties, with only a little difficulty in the grand scheme of things. They caught up with friends and family, making excuses with some and telling the truth to others. Ultimately, though, their experiences in the past made more for little more than a novel tale to share with close acquaintances. All in all, the time travel fiasco would eventually become just a moderately classified footnote in their history. Himori was spoiled a bit by her parents in compensation for their absence, and she would grow up a little scary as a result, but some would assert that she'd already been going that way from the start. She was still a sweet little angel when it suited her, either way. So, not much really changed for them. The world they had worked to shape was not so flimsy as to be unmade by such a brief absence on their ends. Their younger selves on the other hand. Epilogue. Cue music. Roll credits. Kakashi and Anko got married 2 years after the conclusion of the time travel fiasco. They filed for divorce 6 months later, and then they got back together again a year after that. Things were really awkward for a while there, what with Obito and the whole shared field of view. Iruka and Shizune got married 3.5 years post-event, a week before Kakashi and Anko's second marriage. Shizune continued working as a medic, and Iruka kept right on teaching. They have 3 children, 2 of them are named after marine mammals. Itachi was sworn in as Lord 5th Hokage after the end of the Kite Wars. First Lady Karen Banner reassigned the uniform to show off his chest, to the almost unanimous delight of Konoha's androsexual population. Itachi was only mildly perturbed by all the attention. Ino wrote a best-selling series of sapphic graphic novels illustrated by her boyfriend, Sai. Critics loved it, despite the ecchi elements and unremarkable plot. Sakura, for her part, wasn't sure whether to be happy or unnerved that the main love interest so strongly resembled her. Hayashi Hyuga did nothing of note, aside from avoiding anything that might upset his daughter. Shino became head instructor for Ranbu's training division, for all of 3 days. Then he was transferred to the academy after complaints that his methods were instilling severe entomophobia among the recruits. He maintains a strong, long-distance relationship with Fuu. Kiba became a world-renowned dog breeder. Tamaki, his girlfriend, wrote a play about his life. It was heavily fictionalized and only barely resembled reality. Akamaru retired to a life as a stud, mating with all of the Inuzuka's fittest bitches. Neji finally caught a break when he married Tenten, who opened a bookstore after her weapon shop failed to attract business. They have no kids, but not for lack of trying, or so Tenten will say with a wink and a grin, if pressed on the matter. Orochimaru discovered a cure for cancer. Unfortunately, it only worked on sharks and furthermore caused them to mutate into flying, amphibious hellbeasts as a side effect. He was subsequently barred from practicing medicine. Kabuto became de facto leader of Otoga Cure and transformed it into an international powerhouse. His administration was dogged by scandals, however, and ultimately he was forced to resign amidst allegations of jaywalking, illegal experimentation, and possessing weird fetish porn. Kisame took Orochimaru's flying cancer sharks, media's name for them, not his, and trained them to become a first-rate circus act. Also a fearless death army, but mostly the circus thing. Keru married Choji Akimichi. She was quoted after the reception as saying, "Chubbies forever." Her husband, in response, cheered, "Pitanko forever." They then started making out and ripping each other's clothes off. Mai and Haku had 6 children, with 3 Keki Genkei each. Their academy peers all called hacks, while historians laughed themselves into hysterics at the irony. Everyone agrees that Haku still looks better in dresses than his wife does. Nagato denounced prior claims of godhood, declaring himself a Kirishitan convert. Nobody knew what that was, but in the absence of Lord Pain, the ninja of Ame formed a sex cult around Conan. She was just barely more flattered than creeped out. After Kabuto abdicated his post, Teiwaya assassinated the next in line Kimimero and took over Oto in a bloody coup. She reigned long as a military dictator with Private Secretary Kin at her side, partly because she sensibly avoided conflict with the other hidden villages. Konoha, in particular, Hiruzen enjoyed a peaceful retirement after appointing Itachi Uchiha as his successor. He lived long enough to see the birth of his first great-grandchild. Danzo resumed their rivalry through games of Shaoji and Go. Asuma died a natural death of lung cancer at the age of 63. Kyoni survived him by another 11 years, before succumbing to kidney failure and cirrhosis of the liver from a life of hard drinking. Guy lived to be 100. He kept on shouting about the spirit of youth the entire time. Lee and Karen got married 6 years after their first meeting, and they named their first son Metal. He, in turn, eventually named his own son Blues. Zabuza commissioned the carpenters of Wave to renovate much of Kirigakure's infrastructure. Tazuna and Inari charged through the nose for every last board and nail. Utakata married his student, Hotaru, the day after she completed her training. He returned to Kiri too, under the stipulation that the village provide them with a 5-star honeymoon suite. Killer Bee and Yujito opened a school to teach Jinchuriki how to cooperate with their Biju, and in between classes, they did a lot of cooperating with each other too. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Han developed a working steam engine to power Iwa's electrical generators. He then blew all his patent royalties at the racetrack. Roshi moved to a distant tropical island in order to perfect his martial arts after a fateful encounter with Might Guy. The last anyone heard of him, he had taken to calling himself the Turtle Hermit. Gaara became a porn star, and his performances earned him a massive following throughout the Ninja Confederacy. Kankuro took care of production and various technical details, while fangirls, Matsuri and Yukata became frequent co-stars of Gaara's. Temari, mildly curious about her brother's career path, posed in a series of tasteful nudes for a highbrow gravure publication. She regretted it very much 20 years down the line when she caught her son and his friends with a copy of that very issue. It was an immensely awkward confrontation for all involved. Shikamaru enjoyed an average, mediocre life, at least until he married Temari. Akatsuchi became Sachikage. His cousin, Kurotsuchi, became Kankuro's co-producer. She eventually starred alongside Kankuro in a porn of decidedly more private nature. It complicated a lot of things for them when said video got leaked onto a fledgling internet. Mabu became 5th Reikage the day she figured out how to weaponize her lightspeed transportation jutsu. Nobody fucked with her after that, except for Deru, but that was more a bedroom kind of fucking, and it was very much mutual. Besides, Jiraiya continued writing Icha Icha until the day he died, except for a brief period during which he and Tsunade enjoyed a late-life fling. Nobody remembered Baki. Sasuke Uchiha followed in his brother's footsteps and joined Anbu, operating for a while as a squad captain. He racked up a staggering number of mission completions, and played a pivotal role in the Kite Wars. When that was over, he retired from Anbu and rebuilt Konoha's military police. Sakura Hiruno joined Konoha's medical corps, studying under some of the world's best and brightest minds. With the notes left for her by her future self, she revolutionized the field of medicine, and earned a place in the history books among the greatest doctors to ever live. Hinata Hyruga, after some well-deserved lessons in confidence and self-esteem, became head of her clan and abolished many of its most backwards and oppressive traditions. She also revolutionized the approach toward training children, emphasizing positive reinforcement and flexible routines. Naruto Uzumaki was a key player in multiple conflicts, struggling through many obstacles and pushing himself to live up to the reputation of his future self. It was hard going, and would have broken most people, but if anyone could do it, he could. It wasn't always easy, and they faced myriad hardships along the way, but Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata grew with every challenge. They ultimately lived up to, and even surpassed their future selves, because that was just how they rolled. Obito tried to take over the world in a series of conflicts known as the Kite Wars. He was ultimately defeated with a cooking pot and a wooden spoon.